Hello and welcome back to the biggest true crime channel in Portugal. And now, the true crime channel with the best theme tune music available. Shall we listen to it again, folks? I don't know. Does it play through the speakers? That's all I've got at the moment. True Crime Metrix. Fantastic stuff, courtesy of our good friend, Derek, the man with the keyboard, the man with logic installed on his system. Fantastic stuff, Derek. 1,000 thank yous to you and everybody else, but especially Derek for making us that wonderful theme tune. He's even done us an outro. I know it's just the start of the program tonight, guys, but we should play the outro anyway. It's an extended version. Is it coming through the speakers? I'm going to make a fancy visual, what do you call it? You know, intro, fancy, whoosh, whoosh. But I'm just learning how to do that at the moment. Let's have a look at the outro. So awesome. I love the outro, how it goes off into the do. Brilliant stuff, Derek. Genius work. Yeah, so we got to get some we've got the audio now. We've just got to get the visuals sorted, and then it's going to be True Crime Metrix intro, outro. How official are we? The best intro music available on the internet. Anyway, welcome to tonight's program, guys. We're going to be picking it up. We're picking it up back in Wisconsin, trudging our sorry selves all the way up to Eau Claire, Wisconsin. What is it? Not Dane County. What is it? Is it Dane County? Whatever it is. What is it? Marinette? Who knows? But we started off Ezra McCandless' direct testimony. Boy, does she love to talk herself about herself, to the jury, to whoever will listen. You know, and everyone has to listen because it's her murder trial, right? And she loves it. She loves every minute. I tried a few names on, and I had to find the one that was right for me. Well, your name is Monica, okay? That's it. That's your name. Does it matter? No. I had an identity in my name and blah, 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 blah. I mean, Jesus Christ. You're a killer. You're a murderer. You can be whatever. Your name is 205787. Good luck. 50 years in the slammer, in the concrete shitbox, sleeping next to a toilet with no seat. Yeah, you can have whatever name you want on your toilet with no seat. So where is our video tonight, folks? We need to share this screen. Browse. Welcome to everybody in the chat. Right in shotgun. Had a little break from us right in. It's a good party, it sounds like. You broke rules, you broke laws. You hid the evidence. Oh, yeah, I got to get me one of those. Okay, where is tonight's program? Here it is. Let's just get ourselves a little organized over here, folks. Drag this tab drag. We're suffering from a severe case of tab drag. And we are ready.
Oh, Ted, no.
Okay. And let me ask you, again, when he talks about this hand being unfeeling, is he referring to this physically or psychologically at this point, in terms of if he discussed it with you?
When he discussed it with me, he said it felt different, but he was discussing how psychologically it felt numb and strange to him.
So just to remind everyone, she's talking about when Alex apparently cut his wrist in some sort of either suicidal gesture or actual attempt. But I don't, that's never been confirmed by anyone other than her. Jason Mengel said that when he treated Alex's wrist, Alex told him that he had accidentally cut it with a knife that he'd got given for Christmas. Of course, that could quite easily be seen as people wanting to avoid an awkward conversation. You know, those women that are beaten by their husbands, and every week when they've got a black eye, it's like, oh, I walked into another cupboard again. You know, always walking into cupboards, and I banged it. Yeah, those sorts of things. So who knows?
Did Alex have some pet names or references he would call you besides boy?
Yes.
What were those?
His pet names for me mostly were...
So she's going to make his pet names for her try and look really sinister now, right? It's so funny, isn't it? Oh, yes. He used to call me Snuggle Muffin. And she looks at the jury like, can you imagine that? The abuse? Snuggle Muffin.
Or his lamb. He would call me his son, as in S-U-N. And lamb, son, and his goon.
Sacrificial lamb.
At times.
All right, let me talk to you specifically about lamb.
Yes.
What did he tell you he meant by his lamb?
As we were intimate, he would tell me, and as he would call me his lamb, he would use it in the holy sacrificial way, as the Lamb of Christ or the Lamb of God. He would tell me I was his holy sacrifice. I was his lamb.
Did that have a specific reference, his lamb, in relationship to what's shown on the cover of the Kierkegaard book? Did he say that to you?
Yes, we discussed this deeply. The sacrifice that, or what is shown on the book, is the story of Abraham and his struggle as he was called to sacrifice his son, which he had an ultimate love for. And he would discuss to me the beauty and everything that was in the lines and in between the lines for him for that novel, as he would read it to me during intercourse.
And was there a specific comparison?
There we go again with the reading during intercourse thing. Okay, in the dark with a headlamp on. Oh, do you remember when we read a little passage from the Kierkegaard book the other day, folks? It wasn't what you would call erotica.
Between the lamb that
Yes.
Abraham substitutes for his son and calling you the lamb?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is?
As he would say to me that Abraham, the sacrifice of the son is a sacrifice to God, the holiness of it. And he considered me his lamb, his holy sacrifice, and all of the love in that, and the sacrifice of not wanting to give that up.
He also used the word son, S-U-N. Was he
Yes.
referring to anything specific when he told you you were his son?
Yes, he had a pet name for...
I know this is embarrassing. So.
This is embarrassing for me. It's in reference to my vagina. The sun, the blaze, the warmth. He would often talk about how my intimate area was his sun. S-U-N.
Okay. The blaze, the warmth. What are we watching? What is going on? The sun. I want to stand in the sun.
Now, during this time, I'm sorry, I'm going to take you up now to First of all, are there many journal phrases where Alex would refer to love and do what you will?
Yes.
Did you take the journals and count up what you thought, how many times that he would actually refer to that phrase in his journals?
Yes.
How many times did you count?
Roughly, it was the high 20s into the 30s. It's deeply woven into the journals.
Was that phrase also deeply woven into your relationship?
Yes, it seemed like instead of your typical morning text message, it would be a text of love and do as you will. Or he would somehow bring it into almost every conversation we would have intimately.
Man, that'd get old fast, huh? Love and do as you will. Like, you know, every 5 minutes, you do a pretty good skit out of that. This guy, anywhere they go to a park, a museum, a restaurant. You know, the waiter comes over. What would you like to eat, sir? He's like, I'll have the chicken, please, and love and do as you will. Does it come with potatoes or rice? Love and do as you will.
Just normal conversation at the coffee shop, at home. It was always a part of every day.
I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts between you and Alex. All right?
All right.
As your sexual relationship progressed into January and February,
Yes.
did the sexual acts between you and Alex undergo a change from what they had been?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what that was?
Well, from what I said before, the more vanilla, it turned into what at times could be considered a BDSM relationship.
And what does BDSM mean?
BDSM is bind, dominance, and it can be submissive or sadomasochist. It depends on what sector you're in, if it's submissive, dominant, or sadomasochism.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this with respect to Alex, okay?
Yes.
Have you heard in respect to BDSM what a safe word is?
Yes.
What is a safe word?
In a BDSM relationship, a safe word is essentially, it's one of the most important parts of the relationship, I consider. It's when in an act, when something is getting too much for you or one of the partners or the submissive. And a safe word is something that individual can say when it's just too much and it's time to stop.
In sexuality, first of all, with regard to Alex, what role did you play, the dominant or the submissive?
I took the role of submissive.
And in that role, did Alex and you have a safe word?
This is such a load of horse shit. There was no, like, okay, maybe she played around with some rope once. That's not, like, you know, that's not hardcore BDSM. She's acting like that Alex had this fucking meat hooks on the ceiling and chains coming out of the floor. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well, you want to, like, I'll tie your wrists to the bedposts. Big deal.
I suggested it, but we did not agree and we did not have a safe word. No.
Why didn't you agree? What did Alex tell you with respect to not having a safe word?
The safeguard was Kierkegaard. The safe word was Kierkegaard. The safeguard. The safe Kierkegaard was word guard.
He didn't prefer a safe word. He told me in our relationship that he didn't want that, essentially. It didn't play into kind of what he wanted to get out of the relationship.
And I'm going to ask you about some specific sexual acts. First of all, I'm going to ask you about wax, or what's called wax play.
Wax play is when you use...
This girl is such a bitch, you know. she goes on about this phrase that Alex would use, right? This love and do as you will, or what you will. What is it? Love and do what you will. Love and do as you will. One of those. It's basically the same. It's from St. Augustine, a quotation from St. Augustine that means, I love you even if you're a bitch. And I'm doomed to love you because I love you as you are, whatever you are. And even if I don't like what you do, I don't want you to change. Because if I did want you to change, then I wouldn't love you. And if you did change, that would be false. And I wouldn't, it's like this very philosophical round and round meaning that has the best intentions. And she's flipped it round to make him a dick and say, yes, that's what he would say. Love and do as you will. Like, I'm going to do whatever I want. And it doesn't matter if you consent or say yes, because I take everything I want. I mean, it doesn't even work. I don't even see how you put it into that framing, but that's what she's doing or attempting to do. And it's just horrible because it was really well intended, and it wasn't. She acted like, oh, she says it every time, every day, it came up in every 5-minute conversations. There were a few references to it in his journals. There's no evidence that he said it all the time and was obsessed with this phrase. It's just, it's one of his musings as a philosophy graduate.
Use a candle, like a candle or a wax-like substance, and you drip or drain it onto your partner, the submissive.
Before you referred to prone, and we only discussed prone in terms of you being face down. Was there another aspect to what was called prone that eventually developed in your sexual relationship with?
Fucking mute button. Leslie asks, has Jason said if he and Ezra had BDSM style intimacy? No, I don't believe so. But there is there is a dirty picture that Ezra sent to John Hansen of herself in the prone position, which is something in court she's saying, oh, that was really making me uncomfortable and I didn't want. But she sent a picture of herself. We don't get to see it. It's not published. It was passed around the physical piece of paper to the jury so that they could see it. That's it. But it's of her in the prone position, and the accompanying text that she sends to John Hansen is, I'd like to try something like this, but I'd like you to tie me up for it. So there's a little bit of a reference to binding there. That's all. But it was her that was the instigator,
With Alex.
What eventually developed with this prone position is the desire for the submissive in this role to be in a what is commonly called a chokehold, or to appear to be unconscious.
Was that something he did with you?
Yes.
Let me ask you, how is it that without a safe word, in your mind, did this connect at all with what Alex used to say to you about your flaws and vulnerability?
Yes.
Can you please explain that to us?
Without in an act like this, or in a sexual act, without a safe word, it is hard for me as an individual to be vulnerable. I was uncomfortable.
Hi, Jess. Yeah, this is a good case. This is a great case. It's interesting. It's got this awful girl, Ezra McCandless, Monica J, or whatever the fuck we're calling her this week. I can't really give you a full breakdown now, but yeah, it's check out Rottweiler Investigations, the whole trial's on there, or also Dreading has a good 6-part special that breaks down the entire case. And we've done a few videos on it on the channel. It's a good one to get into. It's always good to visit Wisconsin when you've had enough of Florida. You need to get out of Florida, you go to Wisconsin, then you go back down to Florida.
With the idea of no safe word, and he demanded from me to be vulnerable in these times, and that was hard for me.
Hi, Marianne.
In addition to the wax and the chokehold thing you described, was there ever a time back in your relationship in January or February where Alex used a knife when having sex with you?
Yes, he had cut a pair of my pants that I had one day. It never went as far to touch or graze my skin. He just...
This is a complete fabrication because she's got to come up with this reference to him cutting clothes off her in the past so that it makes what he did to her but just before she killed him more believable, right? Never happened.
Ripped through some holes that were already on my pants, and I threw them away after that.
What was your reaction to these things? The wax, the
Oh, you threw them away so they can't be verified or shown as evidence? So how convenient. You know, this stupid little kid here does that thing that like liars do when they're just getting started, you know, when they're trying out new things and they discover, oh, look, if I volunteer a little bit of information that doesn't seem to help my lie, that'll make me look really honest. You know, these embellished details. What did she say? Well, he didn't really cut through my jeans. He cut through holes on my jeans. So adding this embellishment makes it seem like, in her mind, because she's a fucking child and hasn't even got started being a professional liar yet, but thinks she's really good, you know? Oh, yeah. Listen, look at it. You can see the lie on her face.
Far to touch or graze my guess.
Yes, he cut my clothes. Now, the knife didn't go far as to touch my skin. You know, these little details. She thinks that's good. She's a fucking moron.
The chokehold thing you described, was there ever a time back in your relationship in January or February where Alex used a knife when having sex with you?
Yes, he had cut a pair of my pants that I had one day. It never went as
Acting.
far to touch or graze my skin. He just ripped through some holes that were already on my pants, and I threw them away after that.
What was your reaction to
Oh, I can't wait for the prosecutor to cross-examine on that. I wish it would cut to him now, rapidly taking notes. Give heavy questions about the non-event of Alex tearing holes in her jeans.
these things? The wax, the chokehold, the knife, that one occasion. What was your reaction to these?
My reaction, I was very supportive of his dominance at first. I wanted him to feel like he can express himself. And I was also exploring. With the wax, it was different and it was a bit strange for me at first, but it was fine. I found I had issues with the prone position and being in a chokehold from behind. I started to not enjoy that. It was really just not what I wanted, and I had voiced my opinion a few times. It wasn't with my alignment. It
wasn't with my alignment. It wasn't with my alignment, yeah. I had voiced my opinion a few times. He wouldn't listen. He said, love and do as you will.
The time he had cut my pants, he ripped through some holes already and he cut them. And I was a bit frustrated at the sense that, oh, great, I have to throw some pants away now. But it made me a bit uncomfortable because it was so sudden and so new.
Well, let me just take you back to something you said, because I want to follow up. You said you voiced your opinion?
Yes.
What did you say to him when you voiced your opinion?
When I voiced my opinion to him, I said to him, essentially, in this prone position or in this position, that I was sore, that at times it was uncomfortable and it felt as if it was a bit bruising and constricting for me. It caused anxiety.
When you told him that you didn't like it,
Yes.
how did he respond to you?
Well, it was quite crude how he responded, but he would tell me that it wasn't fair that I had finished and he wasn't going to get his chance then.
So you're telling him you don't like this, to not do it. He's saying it's unfair, I didn't get to finish. What would happen as a, either during, after, before those conversations?
During the conversation, he would express how he thought it was unfair he didn't get to finish because he spent so much time.
Oh, so she's one of those girls that stops the activity halfway through. Great, yeah. Big fan. Everyone loves those.
For me. And I would just essentially not completely shut down, but just say, all right, and just let it go. Just let it happen.
So you would let him complete what he wanted to do?
Yes.
Even when you didn't feel like it?
Yes.
I know, Leslie. It's so acted. It's so acted. And if she were auditioning for a fucking school play, I'd be like, next. Can't act, next. We'll call you. There's the music man himself. Thanks so much, Derek. The theme tune was a roaring success. We're going to be working on some visual, what is the word for it? Just intro. Just some fancy, moving graphics, and then it's going to play with the Derek song, which is fantastic. And I so love the outro, how you've expanded on it, Derek. It's wonderful. I've been listening to it all day.
I'm showing you from Exhibit 697 an essay called Between Love and Obligation.
Yes.
What's the date on that?
December 3rd, 2017.
Is the typed version the same as the handwritten?
Yes.
This essay, does it begin with him talking about love and do as you will?
Yes.
And as this essay continues, does he talk about love and do as you will? I'm not going to have you read it, but is there continued discussion about what it means?
Yes.
Does he specifically mention there is love and do as you will? Don't worry about self-control. Be excessive if you want to. There is nothing you ought to do. Anything goes.
Yes.
Did he discuss that with you?
Yes.
What did he mean by that?
What he meant by that, because there's the original love and do as you will, but when he says it, it was his way of saying, this is what I mean when I say this to you. This is what I mean when I say love and do as you will.
So in other words, in your intimate relationship with Alex, would he express a divergence from the philosophical love as you do with will to the personal love and do as you will?
Yes.
Sustain leading.
Okay, what did he express about how love and do as you will meant to him personally in your relationship?
This is so funny as well, guys, because you couldn't have more written evidence of a character than Alex Woodworth. He would never go anywhere without his journal, a stack of philosophy books, and his laptop, right? He'd be writing in the bars. He'd be writing everywhere. I mean, there's just so much. None of it helps Ezra's case. So they have to create these, so we had long discussions where he told me the translated version of how he had adapted the meaning of St. Augustine's quote. Yeah, he would say, love and do as you will actually doesn't mean that. It means this. And that happened in our non-recorded discussions. And they happen to all be in conflict with everything that you have in writing. Such a terrible defense. Honestly, we had a little look back at Charlie Adelson's direct examination the other day, and it's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine a worse defense or a less likable defendant than Charlie Adelson. But I think we've found it, and her name is Ezra McCandless. On both counts, a worse defense and a less likable person. Honestly.
What he told me
I would spend a whole weekend jet skiing with Charlie Adelson before I even had a cup of coffee with this girl.
relationship is that there is going to be times when he's going to take control. There's going to be times when he's demanding certain things, and love and do as you will, as he would say, is the reason why he's able to do this, because he will do as he will.
She sliced his scrotal sac, Jess, with a really horrible looking knife. Yeah. It's terrible when the cop is saying to her, and what about this area? We refer to this area as the pelvic triangle to include the penis and the testicles. And she's like, yeah, I stabbed him there. Man, and just left him there. Stabbed him 16 times, punctured his brain because she stabbed him in the temple bone. And the medical examiner, he testified that you have to do that with some incredible force. Just stabbed him all over. Stabby, stabby, stabby. And then took his phone and walked away. Got help for herself and didn't tell anyone where he was. I mean, amazing, isn't it? And then said, yes, I was raped. He tried to rape me, so I had to do what I do.
It was his way of saying, I'm going to do this, and love and do as you will, he would say.
I'm showing you the sentence that's near the very end of this essay on the page.
Kimba! How you doing, Kim? Good to see you. Okay, Kim, we've got to show you the wonderful outro. Check it out. Where is it? It's here. God damn it. Metrix. Yeah, that's our outro, Kim. Made for us by Derek. Wonderful, Derek.
That begins with the word merely.
Yes.
Can you please read that sentence?
Merely doing as one will sexually makes consent irrelevant, but merely letting another do as they will does the same.
All right. This issue about consent being irrelevant by doing as he would.
Yes.
Were you aware of this sentence in his journals before the sexual acts became, in January and February, things you were uncomfortable with?
Yes, it was a conversation we had in detail.
And how did you feel about this line about consent being irrelevant?
Well, as I was reading this essay and we're discussing, yet again, love and do as you will, I pointed it out and I told him that I felt completely the opposite of this. I come from a point of when consent is everything, like consent, 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 each step of the way. And
yeah, I come from a point where consent is everything. Consent, consent, consent. And Alex, before I sliced him in the nutsack, I asked for his consent. And he gave it to me verbally. We had one of our long discussions about it, and he verbalized consent. Consent, consent, consent. All this stuff about, he wanted to do me in the prone position, and he would chokehold me, and he would chokehold me while while having sex with me and read from Kierkegaard. And all of that made me very uncomfortable. Well, you know what you could do, Ezra? I mean, he's your bit on the side. You're having an illicit affair with him. You know, your boyfriend, your actual long-term live-in boyfriend that you're telling him you're in an exclusive relationship. You know, he's away on one of his military campaigns, and you've gone to see Alex of your own accord, invited yourself to, as you claim, be abused. I mean, you could have just not continued the affair if you were uncomfortable. So what is this all about, Ezra?
This, for me, was a first red flag.
This was a first red flag. She's acting like she's in some sort of long-term marriage that she can't get out of, you know. She's trapped in a marriage, but really she's a 19-year-old child putting it around town. Like putting it over here, putting a bit over there, sleeping with John, sleeping with Alex, lying to Jason, blah, 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 gaslighting everyone, you know. She does not come across well. It just doesn't seem like she can actually see herself from anyone else's shoes.
I'm showing you a very short essay
Yes.
called Resolution, written on January 1st, 2108.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Okay. And is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
All right. Can you read that essay?
I need to be more selfish. My relationships have failed because I couldn't ask for what I wanted or needed. I love people who are hurting, but I am too. To find anything that will last, I need to find a way to be selfish. Oddly, I need to find resoluteness in this resolution. Selfishness needs to find a place in my values.
So as he started to take and do what he wanted sexually,
Yes.
and you were protesting,
Yes.
did you think about this essay where he had said this at all?
Yes, I had. I thought about it often.
And I'm going to show you one last essay now, and I think we're going to be done with the essays
Okay.
at that point. Now, I'm showing you, again, another essay. What's the title of this essay?
The title of this essay is Faith in Flesh, February 2nd, 2018.
And again, is the typed version the same as the handwritten version?
Yes.
Wow, we've got a poet. We've got a poet in the house tonight. Bob's back. How you been, Bob? Bob says he loved her, but she loved him, and he loves someone else. You just can't win. Wow. Maybe that should be our tagline, Bob. We've already got the intro.
And I'm going to ask you about a specific paragraph that's kind of in the middle of this essay. Can you read?
Absolutely second that. Riding shotgun. We've got full. He's going to have front and center pride of place on our credits roll when we get our outro intro graphics rolling.
This paragraph.
Yes. Next, the other may demand that I not die. They may demand that I not commit self-sacrifice. This may be because they enjoy my self-mutilation, or because they refuse to carry the guilty of my guilty flesh.
I love this, Riding Shotgun. If you're enjoying the show, be sure to like the video and consider subscribing. Is that what people do? Is it? Do they sit there and go, Should I subscribe? I may need to think about this for several hours. Put on some coffee, Soap. We're going to pull an all-nighter. We're going to consider this for some time. Sleep on it and make our decision in the morning. No, just click the button.
Flesh. In both cases, my duty is to feed is complicated. For to give purely is suicide.
For to give purely is suicide. Go ahead.
Violence against another, to provide for this demanding
Okay, wait.
other.
I'm sorry. I think
Did I
you
miss a
skipped a line.
sentence?
1 minute. For to give purely to suicide.
Can involve a cessation of violence.
Believe it should be the tagline. Absolutely. Yes. That's the last thing people will see. After the credits roll, it's the last note of the outro tune. There's a flash. Big text. Or maybe small text, but like prominent. Believe it. Maybe I could do a nice little threshold picture of shit, what's his name? God, I've gone blank. Shardrick Nobles. Yeah, he's gonna be the, yeah, that's it, Derek. Okay, where's my pad? I'm writing that down. I would do it on the computer, but I'm a real paper person. Outro, last frame, believe it, with a threshold picture of Shardrick Nobles. That's fantastic. I love it.
Violence, but it is the obligation to not die oddly. I must commit violence against another to provide for this demanding other. This forces me to murder. In order to provide, I am doing it either way. This demanding other has taken my redeeming suicide from me and doomed me to torturous guilty.
Okay. So when you saw that Alex had written about murder in his journal, did this stand out to you in any way?
Yes, this essay did stand out.
Riding Shotgun asks, do we have Believe It on merch? No, but we fucking will do by tomorrow morning. That is now our top tier 1 priority. In fact, I want to send one to Shardrick Nobles. You know, he's always coming on to this show and Fancy's show saying, y'all better get my damn name out of your mouth. You know, he doesn't like us talking, even though I've said to him, listen, Shardrick, we are pro Shardrick around here. I don't know anybody that doesn't love you. And he's upset because his aunt watches the Adelson case. But I think if we could flood Tallahassee with Shardrick Nobles merchandise, we're going to make him a prince in his own town. You know, thousands of people will be walking around FSU campus, walking around Whole Foods, walking around Monroe, walking around Thomasville, you know, going to have lunch in Mosaic. Everybody's got a Shardrick t-shirt on. We can make this happen. If we believe it, we can make it.
Up to me.
Okay, I'll ask you more about that later. I'm going to go back to talking to you about Jason.
All right.
Right?
Yes.
This relationship's developing with Alex.
Yes.
And as this is going on, what's going on with you and Jason?
As our relationship with Alex and I developed, the rift between me and Jason and the distance furthered. It seemed as if we were more roommates and just living together than we.
Nice update, right in.
we were girlfriend and boyfriend anymore.
What were you thinking about doing with respect to your relationship with Jason?
I was thinking about leaving, ending it, breaking up.
Now, you heard Jenna Van Zant testify before,
Yes.
and I believe that I'm showing you what's been marked previously as exhibit number 405.
This is bullshit as well. You know, what happened is Ezra saw Jason, thought, hey, you've got a good job and you've got this house. So how about, you know, I'm living with my parents at the moment, but they're always on at me to get a job. And I don't want to get a job because I'm above it. And I read books and I do art and I drink coffee in races. And I identify, you know, I identify as a woman. I identify as a man. I've never really identified as someone with a job, you know, so not loving the job thing, but it's okay because I could live here, right? And if I make you feel really special, you'll do anything I want, right, Jason? And then his roommate, Alex Zink, and particularly his girlfriend, what's her damn name? Jenna Van der Zand. Jenna Van der Zand was all over Ezra from day one, I think. She was polite and cordial and, you know, hey girl, let's talk, girl. You know, we can sit on the couch all night and dish, you know. But it became quite apparent to Jenna early on that Ezra was just there to use. You know, she was meant to be chipping in with bills. She was meant to be, you know, getting a job and sorting herself out, and then was going to contribute a third of the rent, right, to their big 700-foot square apartment with 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. But it never happened, did it? So basically, Ezra sensed that her game had run out or was going to run out with Jason. So she thought, I better switch this game. So she started going and playing with John Hansen's kid and major laying on the sex thing, right? Just throwing it out there, throwing out so much of it that in a way that just doesn't make a man hungry for more than 5 minutes. You know, it's like, yeah, you know, what was I saying? So all this stuff about, yeah, I thought of leaving because we were more like roommates. It's all bullshit. Everything she says is complete bullshit.
5 and entered in evidence. Is this a copy of texts that went between you and Jenna Van Zant?
Yes.
And what did you say to Jenna Van Zant in that text?
Would you like me to read it exactly?
Or you can summarize it or read it, either way.
In
If you can manage it, Ezra, we know reading isn't exactly your strong suit.
summary, I was expressing that I needed more boundaries, that I was feeling mistreated, and the relationship was unhealthy. There was no communication, miscommunications, and that I need to talk to him about these things, and I might need to leave.
Well, in the beginning, you say, I'm realizing I'm finally brave enough to talk to Jason.
Yes.
To talk. Did you also refer in this to breaking up with him?
Yes. Yes.
And did you talk about how other people were telling you about your relationship with Jason?
Yes, a lot of my friendships I had at races, I would tell them examples and things that were going on between me and Jason. And my friends at the time, they were telling me that this is unhealthy and damaging and you need to get out of this.
Did you talk about him specifically name calling you?
Yes, he had called me names. In this, I said specifically, he called me retarded, one of the most offensive things to me.
Okay. Now, on this day, on February 5th, was this right before you, in fact, did break up with Jason?
I believe so, yes.
I'm just going to briefly diverge
All right.
into something else. well, let me just say this. Eventually, did you also break up with Alex?
Yes.
Did you break up with the two of them in the same month?
Yes.
So which breakup was first?
Jason.
And how long after breaking up with Jason approximately how long? I know you don't have a calendar. Did you break up with Alex?
Not long after, a few weeks or so, maybe a month.
During this time, did you also spend some time with a fellow named John Hansen?
Yes, I had.
How did you know him?
He was my friend through Jason.
And being your friend through Jason, did you have any interest in John Hansen?
Yes, at the time I did have some interest in John Hansen.
Would the word crush express that, or what word would you use?
I had developed a crush, yes.
When Jason went out of town, well, so you were spending some time with John Hansen. Did you know of a friendship between John Hansen and Alex as well?
I was well aware of their friendship, yes.
And Phyllis, did they discuss philosophies as far as you knew?
Yes, they discussed philosophy all of the time.
Do you know if specifically they discussed a philosophy called nihilism?
Yes.
Action relevance. Overruled. Go ahead.
Did they? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, that was a topic all three of us had discussed together all the time.
And when discussing nihilism, what did Alex Woodworth say that it meant to him?
What Alex Woodworth expressed to me about nihilism is that it's a kind of take all. It's going against the norms of society, and it's a very, in a lot of ways, it's kind of a pessimistic nihilism. It's a very different view of life than I had at the time.
What about John? Did he express similar?
Okay, I know nihilism isn't exactly, there's a lot of misconceptions about nihilism, and it's not exactly the easiest thing to describe, but there's a shitload more to it than that. Oh, it's a different pessimistic view, take all. Listen to it again. This is her description of nihilism, and she poses as some sort of, oracle of knowledge and experience at 19 years old.
What Alex Woodworth expressed to me about nihilism is that it's a kind of take all. It's going against the norms of society, and
God, this is worse than Jason Mengel's description of Dungeons and Dragons.
it's going against the norms of society, and it's a very, in a lot of ways, it's kind of a pessimistic nihilism. It's a very different view of life than I had at the time.
In other words, you don't know what the fuck it is then.
What about John? Did he express similar things to you?
Objection,
Yeah.
relevance.
Oh, pause for a minute there, guys. We've got a super chat from our good friend with the good logo, KJD. Thank you, KJD. Thank you for the priceless comments, KJD. That's very, very nice of you indeed. And remember, folks, this month on True Crime Metrics is Buy Me a Coffee month, right? It's buymeacoffee.com month. So I'll show you where that is. You just head over to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics if you want to support the channel at all. I mean, you don't have to, of course. You being here is support plenty enough for us. But you head over to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrics. You scroll down here and you can add 1, 3, 5, or just add any number you want of coffees to buy True Crime Metrics. Or there are also memberships, guys. Look at these fantastic memberships with their benefits, all the benefits. Look at those fantastic benefits. We've got addicted membership, addicted, obsessed, possessed, or even for those high rollers out there, lifetime membership access, life without parole, one-time fee. Yeah, we've got 2 lifetime members at the moment, guys, which is amazing. I mean, it really is quite amazing. You get all benefits, all for life, and with no additional monthly fee. How good is that? How good is that? Also, Patreon, guys. Fantastic Patreon memberships available now on True Crime Metrics. It's patreon.com/True Crime Metrics _official for the wonderful special benefits, special exclusive content, merch discounts, and so on. Speaking about merch, we've got our fantastic merch store open now, guys. Merch store where we've got, what have we got there? We've got Judge Everett merch. We've got True Crime Metrix logo merch, bags of it. Look at it. Judge Everett's over there looking great, like he slept like a baby. We've got pillows. Yeah, just so much. You're either stupid or you're lying. I mean, I would wear that. I need to order one for myself. You're either stupid or you're lying. Chef's apron. Stickers, hoodies, t-shirts, mugs, camping mugs. You name it, we've got it. Don't be an Adelson merch. Look, start off with a sticker, move up to a t-shirt, and then you're onto the hoodies. It's just like that, folks. Also, of course, we've got super chat, super like, super thanks, super stickers on the YouTube channels. But this month, because of our very what is the word? Well, it's a tight month. And the best way to support the channel this month, the month of October, is buymeacoffee.com, where you can buy us a coffee.com or become a fantastic coffee member, lifetime member, life without parole. That is the best membership available on the channel. Okay, back to the show. And remember to like the video, guys. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, and ring that bell. Ring the bell.
Again, it's what's in Miss McCandless. It's in her mind. So sustain on that.
Now, when Jason went out of town, John Hansen and you, had you done some drawings, paintings, or anything like that?
Yes, we had been hanging out quite a bit, doing art together.
When Jason went out of town, did something happen with you and John Hansen?
Yes.
What happened?
What happened between me and John is that he bought some wine for us, and I had gone over to his house to talk about what's going on between me and Jason and Alex and what's really going on. And I hadn't really eaten anything that day, and I started.
Oh, was the merch not visible? Shit. Well, here it is. Fantastic merch. Look at our fantastic merch. I mean, it's so fantastic. What is our best seller? I think the best seller has been the Don't Be an Adelson t-shirts, but the True Crime Metrix logo stuff is coming up tops. But of course, Don't Be an Adelson is everybody's favorite place to be. Anyway, back to the show, guys. Got to do like one plug an hour. I don't think that's too much. You know, I mean, on TV you get like an ad every 15 minutes or 10 minutes, right? Here you only have to wait only once an hour. That'd be great, Derek. Yeah, plug music. And by the way, guys, I think I'm going to stop with the live plugs. We need a nice little throw-in video that we can throw in on the hour. You know, just like there you go, like Roberta Glass. You know, she's got a little recording. What does she say? Send me a super chat, and I'll do my best to read your comment on air.
He just started undoing his belt and said that I looked great, and proceeded to ask me and lead me to perform sexual acts with him.
And again, did you resist him at all?
No,
Did you tell him, no, I don't want to do this?
I didn't say much of anything, so no, I did not.
Now, after that incident with John Hansen, was it shortly after that that you left
Audio test. Am I muted?
Jason's apartment and broke up with Jason?
Yes,
Where did you move when you left his apartment?
I moved to my mother's.
Who helped you move?
Alex helped me move.
Had you previously introduced Alex to your family, or at least to your mother?
A few times he met my family, yes, at races.
And had Alex also come over to the office that your mom worked in one time?
Yes, I
Can you guys hear the video? Let me know in the comments. What's going on? People are saying I'm muted, but my mics are not on mute. Can you hear my voice or the video or not? Let's just stop sharing screen and present again. Sorry, guys. It's all the switching between tabs.
invited him to come help peel some wallpaper from the office.
When Alex,
Oh, I'd invited him to help come and peel some wallpaper from the office. Is this a date? Hey, yeah, what do you want to do? It's Friday night. You want to come and help me peel some wallpaper from the office? I have plans. It's a maybe for me. You know, there's just so many good things happening Friday night, but I mean, peeling wallpaper in the office does sound fun.
came over to your families, did even after helping you move back home, was he invited back another occasion?
Yes,
And who did he spend time with on that occasion?
on that occasion he spent time with me and my mother.
Thanks again, KJD.
Anybody else?
Yes,
Who?
my sister and my dad, my stepdad,
And what's your stepdad's name?
James Gunnelson.
Okay. After you moved out, were you still seeing Jason at all? Well, first of all, when you moved out, was Jason in town or out of town?
He was out of town.
And were you still seeing him at all? Was he still your boyfriend?
He wasn't my boyfriend, no, but we were still texting. Things were confusing between us.
During this period, how did Jason come to know about John Hansen? Or did he come to know us, I guess?
Thanks, Tracy from Atlanta. And yeah, good to see you again, Tracy. It's been a while.
What I should say.
He did, yes.
How do you know how he came to know about it?
I do know. He had wanted to spend some time with me in Eau Claire, so he rented a hotel room for us. And after a night together, I woke up to him going through my phone. And there had been some text messages.
I just want to back up there a second. When you say your phone, was it actually a phone or a different device?
No, I never use a real phone. I always use an iPod, which I've been using for a while when I'm connected to Wi-Fi. So I'm pretty disconnected otherwise.
Oh, that's so radical and cool. You know, she's not feeding the machine like all those stupid kids with their phones. There's always on the phones. But, you know, she says iPod, but to me, an iPod, you remember iPods in the like early 2000s where it was just that big square thing? And it was amazing because it had like 20 gigabytes of storage and everyone was going, you could record everything that you said in your whole life and store it on this little device that weighed like 4 pounds. You know, that's what an iPod is to me. But for Ezra, it's just the same as a smartphone. It looks exactly like a smartphone. And if you're connected to the Wi-Fi, which is everywhere, it works just like a smartphone, except you don't have a cellular number, but you have a text app, you have WhatsApp, you have Telegram, you have all of those things, right? So she's acting like she's really disconnected, like Brian Laundrie. Do you remember Brian Laundrie? A tree doesn't need to have an Apple Watch, so why should a human being? You know, he didn't have a phone, but, you know, his girlfriend did, and the van, and all their stuff. And, you know, he'd be like all the time, babe, can I borrow your phone? I need to Google something. And it's like, what happened, Brian? I thought you said a tree doesn't need an Apple Watch. Yeah, but I need to check something online. Well, get a fucking phone, idiot. Maybe we should come back to the Brian Laundrie case. You know, we only did one video on that. It wasn't popular at all, which was funny because it's a good video. Anyone who hasn't seen our coverage on Brian Laundrie, head over to our channel page. Where is our channel page? Hang on. No, channel page. Yes, head over to our fantastic channel page. Go to the live tab right here. Scrolly. Scroll down past all of this fantastic content. And you will find, look how much content we've got, guys. Sarah Boone, thousands of Adelson videos. Here you go. Commentary, you see? Metrix comments on the body cam footage of Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie right here. It's a good video, but it's only had 419 views, which is low. I think that's the lowest one we have, which is surprising because it was a big deal case. It combined true crime and van life in one field. So you got viewers coming from both demographics into one mad case. And then there was that manhunt. Maybe we should do some videos on the manhunt because it was amazing to watch it unfold. Did everyone else watch that live in real time as it was happening? And everyone was looking for Brian. You even had, what's his name? Dog the bounty hunter from TV come in and say, we're tracking him. We're going into the Everglades. And then he hurt his knee because he's like 85 years old now or something, and had to go to hospital. And just the whole thing about the parents, the Laundrie parents, and that people were thinking, have they got a bunker in the back garden? Let's see if we can find a picture of the bunker people were talking about. Bunker for your back garden. Just a second. Where is it? There's a really good picture. Well, it was something. There was a better picture than this, but it was kind of like this. People were saying, do the Laundrie families have one of these? And he's living under the house. Because he disappeared, right? And everyone was thinking, did he go into the Appalachians? Did he go over there? And then the cops were like busting into someone's motel room because he looked kind of like Brian. It's just some normal guy with his girlfriend on a long drive, stopped somewhere in South Carolina, I think it was. Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is what people thought he had. Well, actually, no, that's way too big. But yeah, we should come back to the Brian Laundrie thing. But for today, we're on Ezra McCandless, back to Wisconsin.
Okay. And in fact, there was a phone found in your car on after March 22nd when the police found that. Was that phone functional?
I don't know because I never paid the bill. I got it.
Wow, thanks so much, Ride-In Shotgun, for those coffees. That's mighty generous of you. Really. Thank you very much, Ride-In. And also thank you to Ezzy and Renata and Mary from the other day. And of course, Leslie B.
For just a little while for work, and then I just stopped using it altogether. So it ran out of minutes, of course, so no, it was not functional.
Okay, let me get back to this whole issue about Jason going through your iPod. What happened when he went through your iPod?
When he had gone through my iPod, there was a few text messages that were flirtatious between me and John that I had not deleted. Jason woke me up and he had screenshotted my text messages.
What do you mean Jason woke you up? He just said you woke up to find him going through his phone. And what? And then he woke you up?
Pretty angry, and he even broke my iPod in this anger.
And when he broke your iPod during this anger, did he do anything else to you?
Yes, during this.
Shall we have a little look at the text messages he found? I think he had a right to break your fucking iPod. To John Hansen. Why do you think that would be easy to find? Ezra McCandless text messages. Well, I could probably remember them. It was like, what was it? It was yeah, she was like, oh boy, working out again sure really does make you want to fuck everything that moves. And John Hansen's like, yeah, a body in motion wants to stay in motion. Ezra says, oh, but baby, when do I get my next in and out? So are you going to pound this anytime soon? She says. And John Hansen's like, no, not this week. I've got my son. And Ezra says, oh, that's cool. Dad time. Just let me know when I get my next in and out. Also, hanging and doing art again would be cool because you're more than just a good dick. Those are the text messages that Jason found on Ezra's phone. You know, I think it's pretty easy to see why he was upset about that.
Conversation.
Not only is she cheating on you, but she's doing it in a fucking classless way, you know? No grace about that. There's nothing appealing about that apart from the obvious thing, you know?
We were having a little argument. He threw my iPod to the floor after reading these text messages to me. He pushed me down on the bed and told me I couldn't leave until this was resolved.
Did Jason place a phone call to anyone?
Yes, he had called John.
During this conversation, were you able to hear the entire conversation?
I was right with him the entire time.
Were you asked to talk to John during this conversation?
Yes.
Who asked you to do that?
Jason asked me to speak with John.
And did Jason say something to John about having sex with you?
Yes, he asked him if he had had sex with me, and John responded that he had not.
And why did...
Hello, Carrie.
Do you know why Jason made you talk to John on the phone?
He made me speak with John on the phone so that he could listen to our conversation and see if he would change his story.
And during that conversation, did John acknowledge that he had had sex with you?
Yes.
And had you acknowledged that to Jason?
Yes.
When you talked to Jason about this,
yes,
John having sex with you,
yes,
did you express at all that you thought it was a rape, or did you ever use that word?
No.
Did you ever use the word?
You want me to have some water?
Yeah, that's
Okay, why don't we just hang on just a second?
of course.
A jury member's having an attack.
What's that? Okay, go
They're probably choking on all the lies.
ahead.
Did you use the word assault when you talked to Jason?
It was not a word I had used. No.
After he had talked to John on the phone, did he take you over to Josh Trinkler's?
Yes, he did take me to Josh Trinkler's after this.
Okay, who's Josh Trinkler?
He's a friend of ours, a friend we share. Yes.
What happened? I just want to make sure everybody's okay. What happened when Jason took you?
Yeah, right, Pepper. Pepper says that she was watching the last live about this and died laughing when we were talking about the lawyer almost shitting her knickers. Well, what else was it? The urgency at which she just interrupted her own examination and said, Judge, I need to take a break. I need to take a quick break. I need to take a break right now. There's only one explanation for that. And I think possibly, you know, at the point of closing, no, sorry, at the point of victim impact statements, the same lawyer makes an announcement to the courts and says, I just want to let you know now that I have uncontrollable asthma and I haven't had a coughing fit during trial yet, but if it happens during victim impact statements, it's not out of any disrespect. I do have 2 inhalers on my table and a glass of water. So I'm just letting the court know that if it happens, I have uncontrollable asthma. And with that in mind, that little warning in mind, I can also see the same lawyer sitting down in chambers with the judge and saying, listen, Judge, I have uncontrollable projectile IBS diarrhea. And if I suddenly tell you that I need to break, I mean it. Okay. You're going to have to give me a break, Judge. She gave the warning about the asthma. Obviously, she's not going to mention her projectile diarrhea, IBS, in court, but in chambers it could happen, right? That's the only explanation I see for the urgency of which she asked for that break.
You over to Josh Trinkler's.
Well, after I had told him roughly what had happened the night between me and John, Jason got just full of rage.
Hi, Neverly. Good to see you, babe.
He was pacing and he told me he was going to do something to John, that he was going to kill John, that we needed to go somewhere to talk to somebody with a level head. So he had taken me to Josh's house.
When he got to Josh's, was Jason?
God, please don't let that someone with a level head be me. Jesus Christ, can you imagine Jason and Ezra arriving on your doorstep at 3 a.m? Jason's all freaked out. He wants to kill John. Ezra's just sat there acting like a slut. And I'm here with a level head. I'd just close the door. You know, what's the person with a level head going to do or say? You know, you guys are being children and you need to just get out of here. Leave me alone. Leave me and my level head alone. You know, I was having a nice level evening and I don't need your bullshit drama upsetting my cats.
Jason acting like he had a level head?
No.
What was he doing?
Jason went upstairs with Josh and he would pace downstairs and he was just pacing all over the house. He was yelling at Josh essentially, and he was very hot-headed at that time. He was very angry.
When you were downstairs, could you hear him upstairs?
Yes.
And as a result of all of this screaming and yelling that
Yes.
Jason was doing, to your knowledge, how did you know that, or did you know how Josh Trinkler responded?
Yes, I do. He called the police because he was concerned as what Jason might do to John.
When the police got there, did they ask to speak to you?
Yes, they did.
What did you tell them?
The police were directed to me by Jason and Josh to talk to them, and I didn't really want to talk in this place where everybody was angry and hot-headed, so they asked me if I would like to go back to the station to talk, and I said yes.
Now, you've been in court and you heard the tape of you talking to Officer Vang.
Yes.
Was everything you said on that tape true?
Yes.
You also heard testimony about you talking to Detective Proc.
Yes.
And essentially, in so many words, did you tell Detective Proc essentially the same things that you told Officer Vang about the sex with you and John?
Yes.
Did you ever use the word assault or rape when you were talking with Detective Vang or Detective Proc?
No.
Did somebody bring up the word assault or something similar to you?
Yes.
Who was that who brought that up and defined what you told them or informed you that this is an assault?
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
I would like to approach.
All right. Objection is sustained.
Actually, Judge, I withdraw the question
Okay.
after hearing from Mr. DeFeo. So,
The female lawyer for the defense and Mr. DeFore, the lead prosecutor, they're so polite to each other at some times, and then so combative with each other at other times, right? It makes me think that there might be a slight grain of attraction, you know, professional situations can make you feel something that you might not normally, right? You know, I just wonder, after they come out of chambers together, when they've been discussing the case, if one of them says to the other, "Hey, you know, do you want to take a business trip? You know, there's this great conference in Green Bay, and you know, whatever happens in Green Bay stays in Green Bay. You know, I know a great place where we could have dinner on the shore. Yeah, Lake Michigan, the views, the clean air, the lake air." Like, you know, I imagine that happens quite a lot with prosecutors and defense attorneys, more than we know about, you know, because there's this heat, right? There's this heat of arguing against each other, and that can be great fun. And also they each have to wear a mask, you know, to the court, to the jury, to the defendant, to the witnesses, but they're both aware of it. They've both been through law school. Both of these people have 30 years plus experience, professional experience. I mean, they're well aware of what's going on, but are they aware of each other? You know, is there an attraction between Mr. DeFore and Miss what's her name again? I forgot. I know it's of Indian descent though.
Did you inform Detective Proc when you were meeting with him that you had been flirting with John?
Yes, I told them about that.
Okay. And did Detective Proc and Officer Fang give you some literature after you met with them?
Yes. Well, after I met with Vang, there were some individuals that they provided me with a folder full of pamphlets to get help and counsel during a tough time like this.
Did you go to counseling?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, I'm going to move.
Yeah, we were 6 months into the relationship. I cheated on him 15 times. He broke my phone, threatened to kill the other man, and then we had to go into couples therapy. I'm 19 years old. You think you might just move on? Like, it's not going well. 6 months in is still honeymoon, right? That should be all good. If it ain't all good, get out, leave, go. 19 years old. Oh, it's your meal ticket though, right? Your rent's paid. The kind of cereal you like is always stocked. Those nice yogurts with the little fruit corner that you love, they're always in the fridge.
Move from talking about that to talking about the period of this happening. First of all, before this happened, where Jason was looking at your iPod,
Yes.
did you break off with Alex before that occurred?
Yes.
Do you remember time-wise how recent it was before Jason looked at your iPod?
It was briefly before approximately.
Like a day or two? Is that what you mean by briefly?
Yes.
Okay. And
It was briefly before approximately. What? That's not a lie. I've used 3 words that don't mean anything. It's not a lie. It was briefly before approximately. Ish. Got to throw in an ish. Sarah Boone, come here. Ish. Yeah, it was briefly before approximately ish when George got in the bag. And then I zipped him up and briefly went to bed approximately.
And so I'm going to ask you some questions now about that period between
All right.
you moving back home, breaking off with Jason, then breaking off with Alex. First of all, why
Yes.
did you break off with Alex?
Neville Darling asks, who pays for the defense for Ezra McCandless? Well, I believe it's her parents, but man, they must have got some kind of sweet deal from these lawyers, because they're not cheap, these 2 lawyers. And there must have been a serious amount of offset. Of course, the money for the expert witnesses, and we may show some of her expert witness, because it was actually pretty interesting from a scientific point of view, as well as this case. He's a brain scientist, all that stuff, you know. But yeah, that was paid for by the states. Now, when she was sentenced, though, the judge hit her with a bill I don't think I've ever seen before. I mean, it was like $8,000 or something. She had to pay for Alex's funeral. The judge was like, no parent should have to pay for the parents shouldn't have to pay for the son's funeral. They shouldn't even be at his funeral, Ezra. But they are, because of you. So you're paying for that. And we're taking 50% of any of your jail money. That's money that you get from Prison Industries for your job, where you will have a fucking job in jail, even though you tried one on once and you didn't think it felt right. Yeah, you're going to be working. And of the 85 cents an hour that you get in jail for a prison job, you only get to keep half of that until you've paid off the $8,000. But it's okay, because you'll have 50 years to do that. So enjoy it.
Let me ask you that first.
I broke off with Alex because during this time there was.
And also, guys, that's 50% of all money that comes into her account while she's in jail. So if anyone sends her money, like if her mother sends her $100 for commissary, 50 of it goes back to pay that $8,000 and her prison wages.
So much going on, and he wanted my love and vulnerability, and at that time I wasn't ready for a relationship. I felt there was just so much going on. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to work on my previous relationship yet. I wasn't ready.
And during this period, what were you doing generally with your life? You said you were living with your mother, I believe,
Yes.
right? And living with your mother, were you working, or what
Yes,
was
I
going
was.
on with your life?
So I moved back home with my mom, and I applied to a school that I graduated from.
Yeah, I was working. I worked for a weekend. It was seasonal. And, you know, I tried on the job at Joanne Fabrics. It didn't fit.
from. And I started soon after working as a paraprofessional in the kindergarten through fourth grade special education room.
And besides working, were you talking
Oh, she's so proud of that, isn't she? Listen to her.
It
going
was.
on with your life?
So I moved back home with my mom and I applied to a school that I graduated from. And I started soon after working as a paraprofessional in the kindergarten through fourth grade special education room.
That she answers that like she's in a fucking interview. And I started again soon after, working as a peer professional in a kindergarten. Okay. Well, was that before or after that you brutally murdered Alex?
And besides,
That's why we're here, Ezra. You know this isn't for a job, right? We don't want to see your fucking curriculum vitae. We don't want to know your past experience. What we want to know is why you did it and why you thought it was necessary to do and why you didn't just, not do it.
besides working, were you talking much with your Jason during that time?
Yes, I was.
What were your feelings or your thoughts about Jason during this time in March?
During this time, lots of feelings of love from the love we had when we first started a relationship, memories from when we first started. Just being away from him made me miss him, and I was feeling again a lot of that love.
And thanks so much, Amy, for those wonderful coffees. They're all coffees that come from Maryland are just that much sweeter.
Were you texting about that?
All of the time, yes.
Was Jason reciprocating your texts?
Yes.
Did there, in the middle of March, did you go to Eau Claire and spend any time with Jason?
Yes.
Just tell us about that briefly.
I went and I spent some time with Jason. We had started sleeping with each other again and talking about possibly maybe getting counseling, thinking about all the things we had said to each other in the past, just seeing if maybe this really needed to work out because of how much we did love each other.
And when you said you started sleeping with him,
Yes.
Where did you spend some time, a couple of nights with him or anything in Eau Claire?
Yes, I spent a couple of nights with him. We got a few hotel rooms. We didn't really want to be at the apartment.
Okay. After spending a couple of nights with Jason, do you recall that what time that was? Was it like the date? Do you have any memory of what the exact dates were?
I have no memory of the exact dates, no.
Okay. Did you return after spending a couple of nights to Jason's to your mother's house?
I did, yes.
And what happened when you got back to your mom's?
Well, my mom wasn't supportive of me continuing or exploring the idea of rekindling the relationship I had with Jason. And
yeah, sounds like she's got about 15 more years experience than you do. Yeah, I don't know about this. If you're 6 months in and you've already cheated on him with 15 people and he's broken your iPod and you're going into counseling, you might just cut your losses, move on. You might end up, killing someone and ruining your entire life, ruining the lives of all of Alex's beloved family, ruining the lives of your own family. And for what? Because someone put your number on the bathroom wall with a graffito under that said, "Fuck me, call this number." Well, what do you expect? You're sleeping with everybody in town, and that's all well and good. But you're also lying to Jason and acting like you're in a exclusive relationship. Why don't you just be single? Oh yeah, because you don't have any money or a job. You don't want to get a job, so you need a reliable source to get your things that you need to live, like a boyfriend.
me being her child, and she was my mom. We got into an argument. Of course, I knew what I wanted, and she disagreed, so I moved out after that.
Okay. Let me ask you then about going, so did your mom feel the same way about Alex that she felt about Jason in terms of what she expressed to you?
She had some mixed feelings about Alex as well.
Oh, Gary, I missed that. The perfect smirk. Is it far back, Gary? When did you send that? Oh shit, that was 5 minutes ago. Okay, maybe we'll have to skip that.
What she expressed to you?
She had some mixed feelings about Alex as well.
And when you broke up with Alex, how did you break up with him?
I regretfully broke up with him through text.
Why did you do it through text?
I did it through text because I did it in a rushed way. I just wanted to just be done with all of this drama.
Okay. We'll come back to talking about you and Alex later, but I'm going to ask you, after your mother was upset with you because you were
Yes.
seeing Jason and asked you to leave, where did you go?
I went to my dad's.
And is that your father, Joe Shane Carlin, who we saw in court?
Yes.
All right. What is your father's main employment?
He's a correctional officer.
And besides his correctional officer primary,
Yes.
does he have a do-it-yourself or secondary business that he owns?
He has a tree cutting business that I helped name when I was about 5.
Did you work with him?
Yeah, she's gifted, folks. She is absolutely gifted. She helped name her father's tree cutting business when she was about 5. She's so like, can you believe that? Can you believe how good I am that I actually helped name the business when I was only 5? That's how gifted I was from an early age. Look at her face. She's like, I know I'm really impressive, and that even impressed me. Fucking ridiculous. What was it called? I'd love to know what it was called. What's his name? Joe Shane Carlin. I wonder if we can find out the name of his tree cutting business.
Carlin, who we saw in court?
Yes.
All right. What is your father's main employment?
He's a correctional officer.
And besides his correctional officer primary,
Yes.
does he have a do-it-yourself or secondary business that he owns?
He has a tree cutting business that I helped name when I was about 5.
Did you work with?
Can we just stop the court proceedings and have a standing ovation of an applause, because that was incredible. Look at her fucking face.
Do-it-yourself or secondary business that he owns?
He has a tree cutting business that I helped name when I was about 5.
Did you work?
Wow. And how many times has she told that to people, huh? That's like the pride of her life. Yes, my adopted father, he has a tree cutting business. And you know who helped name that business? Me. When I was only 5 years old. Because I have the gift.
Work with him at that tree cutting business?
All of the time. Yes.
And when you worked with him, did you use knives at all?
It was a part of every day.
When he, in addition to knives and the tree cutting service, did your father, I'm going to call him your father, he's your adoptive father.
Yes, he's my father. He's my
Okay.
dad.
Did he give you or let you have other knives in your car?
Yes, he seemed to always give me one or want me to have one in different places.
There's been discussion here about the knife that that you used, or the knife that was in your car that the police
Yes.
found by the side of the road, the knife that was involved in the knife fight with you and Alex. And
Yes.
was that, and how did you get that knife?
Objection, Your Honor, to
Mr. Stain,
characterization.
argumentative.
Okay, the knife we're talking about, how
Yes.
did you get that knife?
That knife,
Yeah, histrionic personality disorder. Let's look up the definition. Histrionic personality disorder definition. Histrionic personality disorder is a chronic, enduring psychiatric condition categorized by a consistent pattern of pervasive, attention-seeking behaviors and exaggerated emotional displays. The condition is usually lifelong treatment resistance. The condition is usually lifelong and treatment resistance, with onset typically in late adolescence or early adulthood. I'd say we've got a prime candidate for that here. Histrionic person. People have been talking about borderline. I think it's more like this. Yeah? I think it's more like this. But it sounds like it wasn't onset in her. It sounds like it's always been there. She was born with histrionic personality disorder. Can't talk tonight, folks.
Was a knife that my dad had given me. He always likes to make sure I'm prepared for every situation. So various EMT knives he would give to me to break glass. It has seatbelt cutters. He just wants me to be prepared. It had been in and out of the house. He has a few of them, yes.
And that particular.
Let's do the borderline definition. A personality disorder characterized by severe mood swings, impulsive behavior, and difficulty forming stable personal relationships. It's much more than that, though. I mean, that's a very brief definition. I'm not so convinced. Maybe people in the chat know more about it than I do, but, you know, I have studied it a lot. What does Wikipedia tell us? Is a personality disorder characterized by pervasive long-term pattern of significant interpersonal relationship instability, a distorted sense of self, and intense emotional responses. People diagnosed with BPD frequently exhibit self-harming behaviors and engage in risky activities, primarily due to challenges regulating emotional states to their healthy, stable baseline. Some symptoms, such as disassociation, a feeling of detachment from reality, a pervasive sense of emptiness, and an acute fear of abandonment, are prevalent among those affected. To be honest, this doesn't hit me when I think about Ezra. Histrionic, that definition we just did, just bushed every single one. This is like got some, but I don't see a big fear of abandonment. I don't see self-harming behaviors, really. Well, we could read about that all night.
Particular knife, did you put it in your car on the morning of March 22nd?
No.
Do you know when you put it in your car?
No, it was in and out always.
Okay. What would your dad, specifically with the use of knives, what would your father tell you about that?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Judge, it goes to her state of mind, not the truth of the matter asserted. Let me rephrase
All right.
the question. Maybe
Okay.
it'll be more clear. Did your father ever say anything to you about having a knife in your car specifically for defending yourself?
Objection, hearsay.
Have you all seen the knife? I mean, it's good. I want one. It's got a seatbelt cutter, and the hilt of the handle is like a glass emergency glass hammer. Check it out. So this is very close, I think, to the knife that she used. So it's got this hammer here and a seatbelt cutter here. So you just put the seatbelt in there and slice. And, locking blade. It looks good, but her one had EMT written on it, which has got to be even better. That's like official. Oh yeah, this one. EMS. Look, you even get a dog tag. How cool is that? It's only 19 euros. That it must be shit then. Must be like a really shit steal. If you're gonna buy a knife, you want to spend like $100, huh? Or like 80.
Say.
Well, it's not offered for the truth.
No.
The matter is sort of just for what is in her state of mind, so
Correct.
I'll overrule the objection.
Okay,
Yes.
what did he tell you, or what do you recall him telling you?
What I recall my dad telling me, he told me many times, and he would always tell me, when you're in a situation with an individual or if someone's attacking you, that you need to do anything and everything you can to get away, to defend yourself. And he would tell me about, you can use knives, you can scratch, you can kick, you can fight.
Were you aware that there were firearms?
Yeah, if you're under attack, which you weren't, because you lured the softest, nicest man in town out to the middle of nowhere. God, you know that place? Sorry to pause it so much, guys, but Muddy Road picture. They've got this great picture that they keep showing in court, in closing argument. No, I can't find it.
In his house?
Well aware.
Did you know where they were located?
Always, yes, he made me aware of this.
Were you able to have access to them?
Yes,
Did you learn how to use firearms when you were young?
of course, he made sure of that.
Did you go hunting with your father?
I never hunted, but I've gone hunting many times.
Now, did you take a firearm with you when you left your father's house on the morning of March 22nd?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
All I was doing that day was going for some errands. There was no need for a weapon or a firearm or anything of that sense.
Was one of those errands that you were going to do on March 22nd in your mind, was one of the things you wanted to do to talk to Alex?
Yes,
And so did you want to bring a gun with you to talk to Alex?
absolutely not.
Were you afraid of Alex?
No.
All right. I'm going to ask you some specific communication that you had received on the evening of March 21st. Were you sent a picture on Instagram by Jason?
Yes, I was.
And that's a picture we've seen. That's an evidence of the bathroom wall.
Yes, it is.
After you received that picture, what did you do?
Well, I wasn't happy about it.
Did you have then a voice conversation with Jason?
Yes, I did call
in addition
him.
to texting?
Yep.
And when you saw that picture, did you have some thoughts in your mind about who had written your phone number and, F me on the bathroom wall?
I had some ideas. I thought it was either a barista or maybe some of.
I see a lot of Jody in her as well, Leslie, as well as Wendy and Sarah Boone. And it's more like Jody and Amber Heard, right? That's more, if it had to be two, I'd say it's like Jody crossed with Amber Heard rather than Wendy and Sarah Boone. But I get your point. Just like a bitch soup, right?
One of the kitchen boys, as they're called.
What do you mean by kitchen boys?
Kitchen boys, well, that's what they call the workers who work in the kitchen side of Racy Dell Lanes, which is called the nucleus. Just a bunch of guys,
Like cooks, chefs?
cooks, chefs.
Did you, in your mind, did you think Alex had written it?
No.
It
Your
was,
Honor, then I'm going to
You know, there's a good deal of speculation that Ezra wrote it herself, you know, to call for Jason the Protector, the hero. They're saying things about me at races. You know, he went in there, took a photograph of it, her number, and fuck me. And then he wrote over it with the phrase that her dad kept saying, which was, life starts now, you know, which is a way of saying tomorrow's a new day and you start a new day and you don't need to let the past affect your future. You can just choose to start now. Life starts now, right? Good sentiment.
object to this whole line of questioning as not being relevant.
well, the state brought this in for some reason. I think her state of mind about it.
I'm
is
going to
important.
relate.
Thank you. Were you planning to mention it to Alex?
Yes, I was.
What was your intent with telling Alex about this?
My intent with telling Alex about this was just to ask him, like, how do you think they got my number? It kind of sucks that this is going on. There's a lot of drama. Do you know who might be doing it? So I could ask them that this isn't right. Can you stop, please?
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure it was just like that in her mind at the time, wasn't it? Yeah, no, I just thought I'd pop round. And say, hey, you know that offensive graffiti in the bathroom where we all live in races, where we all spend most of our lives? Do you know who might have done that? So we could figure it out and I could just go and talk to them. There was no anger.
In the period of time where you were at home
Yes.
in March, were you writing any journals?
Yes, I was.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 365.
Yes.
And what's the title of that journal?
This journal is Ezra McCandless, Silence Broken.
I'm also showing you what's been marked as 366. Is there a title on that journal?
There's no title, but it's called Journal 2.
Over what period of time were you writing these two journals?
It was a period of a couple weeks. I had been visiting someone for counseling, and they told me maybe to write down.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Why were you writing the journals?
To express how I felt about everything.
And were you doing it specifically because you were trying to have this be part of the therapeutic process for you?
Yes.
All right. So there's been some testimony about these journals being edited on March 21st.
Yes.
Did you open the journals on March 21st?
Yes. Over the period of weeks, I had finished it a couple weeks before, but as a writer, you always open it to correct misspellings, alignment of paragraphs. Every time I open it, it adds that it's been seen or edited.
Was this journal in a format called Google Docs?
Yes.
And in Google Docs, every time you open a document, does it update the date?
It does, yes.
Okay. Did you, you've reviewed these journals, right?
Of course, yes.
And were you going to send them to a friend named Julia Post?
Yes, I had sent them to her already.
And what was the purpose of doing that?
The reason why I spent time with a few weeks before and why I had sent them to her is she's great with grammar and she's great with words. So she was helping me out. She was kind of my consult for cleaning it up.
Okay. I'm going to put this now.
Yeah, she's great with grammar. She did it for free because I just made her feel really special. And, you know, instead of proofreading my own work, I had Julia do it for me. Didn't cost me anything because that's what I do. You know, I just have people work for me and pay for my life. Because, you know, I'm a very special person. You know, I helped my dad name his tree cutting business when I was about 5. Okay. Yeah, it was called Bushy Leaf Tree Man. Bushy Leaf Tree Man. That was the name of the business, and I came up with it.
On the Elmo, we're not going to read everything, but I'm just going to ask you in this journal, what you're talking about and why, just in summary form.
All right.
So just to summarize, this part of the journal, when you're talking about moving back, it was the past summer and you had moved. Where had you been before the summer you moved back with your parents?
The summer before I moved back with my parents was spent in Marinette, Wisconsin, and that's where I was starting my first year of secondary school.
Okay, so after your first year so secondary school for you, does that mean, are you referring to college?
Yes,
Okay, just some people call secondary school high school, so I just
that's
wanted
true.
to clarify
College.
that. Okay, and so after
Secondary school is high school. You know, in England, it's called secondary school a lot of the time. You have primary school, which is like elementary, right? And then you have secondary school, which is high school. And now a lot of schools are called high school, just high school, but it's not college. That's further education.
your first year of college, are you telling us you'd gone back home?
Yes, I am.
All right. Now, when you went back home, did you then write in your journal about your relationship with Jason Mangle?
Yes, I did.
You used this sentence: "Months have passed between us, and love
It's mochaccino for Ezra, Bob. That's all she ever talks about. Mocha, mocha, mocha.
had grown. It's an ancient love so powerful. It often scared both of us. I became sick and had the suspicion of what it could be." So what do you mean when you're writing in those passages?
What I mean by, as I said in there, an ancient love so powerful. Many times between me and Jason, our own philosophical discussions, we talk about past loves, being old spirit. We both consider ourselves, even though I'm young, to be very, very old spirits. So
Is that expression people use?
Oh, really? Okay. Well, you are young and a bit fucking arrogant and naive at the same time, so that's great. Yeah, so you're a really old spirit, huh? Well, says who? Because where I'm sitting, you just look like a fucking stupid kid. You know, playing make-believe at real life. You've never had a job. You never even buy your own coffee. Okay, you're totally dependent on others. You're a user of people. And now that you've discovered the value of your feminine virtue, yes, feminine, that's your favorite tool. Except you've gone a bit wrong and you're letting too many people unwrap it. Okay? So it kind of backfires when you go down that road, and you build a name for yourself, and then guess what? People write that name with your phone number on the fucking bathroom wall in races where you live and don't pay for anything. So old spirit, huh? Well, yeah. Okay. Idiot. We both consider ourselves, even though I'm young, to be very, very old spirits. Ooh, she said it, so it's true.
between me and Jason, our own philosophical discussions, talk about past loves, being old spirit. We both consider ourselves, even though I'm young, to be very, very old spirits. So
Is that expression people use sometimes? Oh, he or she's an old soul?
yeah, all the time, all the time. He would describe me as his old soul. So as saying that this love, this passion, this love, it was just, we felt so much love and so much in common with each other right away that's just how I express.
Hey, Jane's World 2. Yeah, Neverly Darling jumped me to it there, but yeah, it's a fantastic film. What did you say? Would you please say again the name of the movie that seemed much like Wendy plots? Thanks in advance, Jane's World. Well, just to expand on that a little, the actual plot in the movie, it's not a replica of the Adelson scheme or anything like that, but the level of disregard that Linda Fiorentino's character has in The Last Seduction, the level of disregard for the consideration of anybody else but herself, and how she goes about it, and the levels she's willing to go to get her own way and make things work for her, is uncanny. It's unbelievably like Wendy Adelson. And Wendy Adelson would have been about 15 when that film aired. So maybe she saw it then, maybe she saw it a few years later. But I can just imagine her watching that movie when she's about Ezra's age now, then, right? And just going, yeah, this feels like what I should be doing. This is where I'm at. It's exactly the same levels of sociopathy and psychopathy that are so familiar when we think of Wendy Adelson. You know. And Linda's name in the film is Wendy Croy, which is New York backwards. You know, Wen, W-E-N, backwards is new. Croy, K-R-O-Y, is York backwards. She's got this habit where she writes everything backwards. Yeah, it's a great film. Great film.
Express that.
In the essay, did you go on to talk about your abortion?
Yes, I had.
And did you express how the abortion impacted your relationship with Jason Mango?
I expressed how it impacted us greatly, yes.
Okay. And did you then write in this journal about after, you said in this journal that you became, I think the word is, a husk of a woman.
Yes.
And what did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is after the operation and after everything that had happened, I felt like a part of myself had been taken away. I felt hollow inside.
You then start talking about two individuals invading your empty mind,
Yes.
dragging you down a rabbit hole, told what ideas to follow, masks you should wear. Can you explain what you meant when you wrote about that?
Yes. So during this incredible, vulnerable time when I had terminated my pregnancy, the two dominant voices I'm speaking of here were friends, Alex and John Hansen. I was talking about in this how during my vulnerable state, I was being told
Yo, mute. I think I've got the movie on Dropbox. I'll put a link to anyone who wants it. There you go, guys. Anyone wants to, that's my Dropbox. And there's a link to Linda Fiorentino's The Last Seduction right there. You can download it or you can watch it straight on the link. Probably better to download it though.
kind of how to feel, how to get over things, what to do, just kind of how to, I describe it as a mask, just kind of how to move past this in ways they thought might help, or what I should do, they thought.
So this is your feelings then, but as you were going through this, you talked about developing feelings of love for Alex.
Yes.
So in here you're expressing it completely differently.
Yes.
Why the difference?
The difference is coming out of the relationship.
I don't want you to look at this. I just want
Okay.
you to talk about how you feel.
All right. So coming out of the relationship, in that relationship, I felt all of this love and this warmth, and listening to him and him telling me what I should do and what I should think, essentially. In that moment, all I felt was that love. That's all I could notice. And then being completely removed from a relationship, and from that relationship, I noticed all of the red flags or things that really didn't fit right with me, and that it's opposite now because I'm expressing what I had ignored because of love.
Let me ask you this. Okay?
Yes.
In this,
Yes.
without putting on the screen, you wrote, I was an object even called a fetish. And that it horrified you to be described as a fetish. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
What I meant by that in this essay, or journal as you can call it, was that the person I had loved at that time were, instead of just being me and wanting to be seen as me, they started to express how I was a fetish to them, how I identified, how I looked, what they wanted from me. Instead of essentially being Ezra McCandless, the person, I was just the want, the fetish, the sexual aspects.
Is that how you felt at that time in your relationship with Alex?
Yes.
And
Yeah, but Ezra, that's exactly what you were selling. You know, that was your deal.
talk about what happened with John and vomiting and
Yes.
fears. And then you also then talked to that you had turned to your other friend for advice and concerns.
Yes.
And what do you mean by that? You would turn to your other friend. What were you writing about?
Yeah, 3, never done it. You know, I once had 3 women on the go at the same time. And for the first month, I was walking around like I was some sort of king, you know. But that, you know, I thought to myself, "Oh, this is the dream. This is the dream," you know. And they all knew about each other, but they weren't exactly happy about it. But I'd just go from house to house. It's fantastic. Well, I thought it was fantastic, and I thought, yeah, this is the ultimate situation. But it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. In the end, it was a complete nightmare, and I had to leave town. I never went back.
I had talked about in there turning to my other friend being Alex about what had happened between me and John.
And you said that when you turned to Alex, you wrote, you said, guilt towards our friendship only to once again for it to turn to his desires of making me the boy he wanted. What did you mean by that?
When what had happened between me and John had happened, I quickly, shortly after I went to go talk to Alex, I told him my fears about what had happened, the confusion, the kind of the betrayal aspect of it. And during that time when I went over to his house to see him, he just kind of told me, well, I can make you forget it. You can sleep with me. We can spend some time together. Let me make you forget.
What you wrote in your journal after that was, quote, it was painful and I often said stop.
Yes.
I can't. And then you wrote bit, but I think you mean but he would then
Yes.
change the position and proceed to say, I'm fine and just too sensitive. Earlier, you talked about your sex with Alex, talking about you're fine,
Yes.
that he should finish. Is that what you're referring to in this journal?
Yes. And I was referring to, yes, the sensitive, feeling bruised. I was referring to that, yes.
And at the end of the journal, you have a section called What is Next?
Yes.
What are you talking about in the What is Next section? Do you need me to put it up on the screen for you to refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Just put that section. Okay, so just, again, I don't want you to read the whole thing, but.
I'm refreshed, yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. When you're talking about this in this section about what is next, what are you talking about in this journal?
What I'm talking about in this journal, there were sections of this in this journal going through my relationship, my loves I had had, and in this what is next, what can I become? I felt that my opportunities are endless. I can keep pursuing the career I want. Very inspired by a conversation I had with my father and how I can take a course of action for myself. I can become who I am.
When you said I betrayed the one I love in many ways and felt nothing but regret and pain.
I can become who I am. Listen, Ezra, you are who you are. You know, you put way too much focus on how you perceive your own existence. You know, there are other things than yourself. You know, there's, you know, if you don't look at yourself, everything else falls into place. And, you know, that's how you say you become who you are. I mean, you are who you are. Just forget it. You know, you're too much who you are. You're obsessed with being who you are, and that's become you know, the ruling factor in all of your decision making is this need to define. Just be. You know, it's ridiculous. It's way too much.
Knowing how far I lost myself. You put that in there.
Yes, I had.
And were you talking about how you were going to change that, or what were you talking about?
When I was talking about that, not that I was going to change the betrayal and the feelings of guilt, is
Yes, Dan, we'll start doing some daytime streams soon. The weather is changing, folks. You know, we finally got some rain today, and you know, by this time next month, it's going to be pretty cold here. So we're going to be streaming all day. You know, we're going to be streaming for the UK and Portugal and South Africa and Casablanca and Norway. And then we'll do an evening stream or a nighttime stream for our friends on the Eastern Standard. You know, round the clock. You know, we've got a lot coming up and a lot to get through. Spacey Dove, if you're out there, Brian Morphew. No, sorry, is it Barry Morphew? We'll get to it. It's on the list, but you know, I know hardly anything about the case. I am familiar with his video to the news media, his appeal video. Susan, if you're out there, please, anyone who has her or knows anything, come forward to the authorities. We're worried. We'll pay any amount if there's a ransom. But as far as the whole story, I know very little about it, but there's lots of other cases I know quite a bit about. So, you know, I'd love to get to Brian, the Morphew case, whatever his name is, soon, but I got to get some other things out of the way first, because I'm going to have to go and learn and do a big deep dive, and it's going to take some time, but it is on the list for sure.
is that just acknowledging that this had happened. I'm not going to hide from what I had done. And I acknowledge the fact that my partner at that time was deeply hurt, and I can recognize that and acknowledge it.
You ended this with writing, I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love.
Yes.
I can become Ezra McCandless again. I am worth it. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is there was so much going on in the past months. There was drama, there was loss, and there was pain, and there was love. And I've stepped back and I recognize all of it. I recognize that I am worth it as a person. I can be what I want to be. I can do what I want to do. As in career-wise, as an artist, I can just express myself and embrace that it's time for a change.
Let me ask one thing. In this journal, and I'm trying to find the line.
Yes.
And I think Mr. Okay. The part about what is next, you talked about being inspired by your dad. Did you write the whole paragraph, what is next? Or was that just a feeling you're having? I'm a little confused. The whole paragraph at the end, what is next?
Yes, I wrote it. Yes.
I know you wrote it, but did you
Yes.
write that whole paragraph that night? Or did you
No,
write it?
no, it kind of corroborated the fact that I can do this. I am worth it. He helps me embrace that feeling more with our talks.
Okay. And You also, and I'm not going to dwell on it, but you also
Yes.
wrote what's called Journal 2.
Yes.
What's Journal 2? What are you writing about in Journal 2?
In Journal 2, it was more of a reflection of the guilt, the pain, the relationship issues I had had. It was kind of disconnecting myself from another in a relationship and looking at that, reflecting on that and how I felt about that at that time.
Is that Journal 2 much more specific to your relationship with Alex Woodworth?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you end that with saying, I do not discount my part in the abuse. I do not feel innocent. Are you referring also with Jason when you say I do not feel innocent? Who are you referring to?
I'm referring to all of it, to Jason, to all of my relationships at the time.
Okay.
My mother, my father.
Are you feeling that you're taking responsibility, or?
Yes, very much so.
Is that a theme in therapy? Was your,
Yes.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you wanting during this period of time to take responsibility for your own actions?
Very much so. I wasn't running from anything I've ever done. I was taking responsibility for my actions, and even if I didn't want to look at all of the ugly parts, I was going to do it because I have a responsibility to grow as a person, and that's a big step of that.
You ended that essay with, I know I can be human, I know I can be free, I know I can love, I know I can only strive to never do this again. What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is to be more aware, to be more conscious of my relationships. What I meant by that is I can be human, I can express myself. I'm not hiding, and I'm not, essentially that was mostly about cheating and leaving someone for certain reasons.
Now, after you, did you send those journals to Jason Mengel?
Yes.
Did you want to show your journals to Alex and John?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay, or I'm sorry, meeting.
I'm sorry, what?
Was there,
Meeting.
okay,
Okay,
besides,
sustained.
let me just rephrase the question. Besides giving the journals to Jason and Julia Post, did you want to go show these journals to anybody in person?
Yes, I wanted to discuss these in person and talk about it and show them. Yes.
Who did you want to show these journals in person to?
Alex and John, they're integral parts of the journal, so I thought they should be shown.
And of those two people,
Yes.
who was more important for you to do that with?
Alex.
Did you bring physical copies, or were you just going to look at it on your phone, or what were you going to do?
I didn't bring any physical copies. I have it always loaded up on my notes and in my Google, so there's really, if I want to read it to him or if I want to look at it, I can just pull it up.
So on the morning of March 22nd, did you come into town?
Yes, I did.
And when you came into town,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about coming into town that day. All right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted to evidence as Exhibit 424. Can you see this from where you are?
Yes, I can see this.
Okay. This is called the timeline of events of March 22nd. Do you remember
Yes.
this?
Yes, I do remember
All right.
this.
So when you first came into town, where did you go first when you drove into town?
First, when I drove into town, I went over to Alex's to see if he was even home yet. Or
What
he
happened
was
when
home.
you got there?
I knocked on the door and nobody answered at all.
So when nobody answered, what did you do?
Just go to Racy's, continue my day.
When you left there, I think you're saying you went to Racy's. What did you do when
Yes.
you got to Racy's?
When I got to Racy's, I got my favorite drink, a mocha,
Okay.
and I noticed my friend Max.
Before noticing Max, was Jason Mengel at Racy's?
Yes, he was out front smoking his usual cigarette, so we just kind of exchanged some quick words. It was brief.
Okay. When you go in, you've seen the tape, you going in.
Yes,
buying
I
it.
have.
Okay. Then you walk up to the, what do you call that? The counter? Is
The
it
bar,
the bar? The coffee bar?
coffee bar.
Okay, not a bar.
No.
Okay. So you walked up to the coffee bar, and I think you were
Yes.
just saying you talked to Max.
Yes.
What was your conversation about Max?
Well, after I got my coffee with Max, I was just like, hey, I've got the painting I would like to give you in my car. I'm in town today doing some errands. I was wondering if you'd want to do that.
Jane's World, are you on Discord? I can put it on Discord, or get in touch with me on Discord. If you're not on Discord, there's a link in the description for the video. It's free. It's just a really fancy chat room where all the cool True Crime Metrix community people hang out. Yeah, get in touch with me on there, and I'll send you the link to the movie.
The art swap now.
Okay. So had you put the painting in your car, when you say you were in town to do errands, was that one of the errands that you were hoping to do on that day?
Yes.
So apparently, was it your original plan? First you'll talk to Alex, and then you'll talk to Max and exchange
Yes.
paintings?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Okay, I'll rephrase that. What was your plan when you were coming in for the order in which you were
Oh, it's on YouTube as well. I didn't know that. There you go.
planning to do things on that day?
Yes. So that day, first I was going to, well, I gathered my things and I put my painting in the car, and I was going to go talk to Alex and get that done for the day. And then I was going to go to Racy's and see if I could find Max and do the paint swap. And then I was going to see, before I had to go home to watch my little brother now, I was going to switch over. I had a change of a mail address that needed to be handled.
Okay. So after seeing Max, what did you do?
After seeing Max, he was pretty excited that I had the painting for him. And he had this painting he described to me as a cosmic goat that I would really like. So we exchanged those paintings.
Yeah, tell us more about the cosmic goat. Alex is dead. You know, she's telling us all this stuff about her day. It was a good day. We've had good days recently. It's a bit like Wendy Adelson saying, see, I didn't cancel my plans in Tallahassee. I had loads of stuff to do. Ezra's trying to tell us, like, look, because if she just went out and met up with Alex and then went off and killed him, and that was the only reason she went out yesterday, that day, then it would look more guilty, right? But she's got to change her address. She's got to get the picture of the cosmic goat. She's got to see Jason later. She's got to speak to Alex, but all that doesn't really matter, you know.
And during this period, there's a picture of your car at Racy's and then returning
Yes.
to Racy's. So what did
Yes.
you do after seeing Max?
After seeing Max.
Or after going to Max's house?
Oh, after going to Max's house, we talked for a little bit. He went inside, grabbed his paintings. We came back to Racy's and I dropped him off, gave him a hug.
Did you tell Max what your plan was
Yes.
after you were seeing him?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I wanted to go over to Alex's house. There was a lot I have to talk about with everybody, and I definitely wanted to talk to him today.
All right. So, let me just ask, why did you only have a brief exchange that morning with Jason when you saw him?
When I saw him, he seemed kind of occupied. I thought he was busy.
All right. Was that unusual to you?
No.
Okay.
We've had many times where we just pass.
When you left Racy's,
Yes.
after seeing, I think that at least they have your return to Racy's here at 11:13, right? Did you
Yeah.
stay at Racy's very long after you dropped Max off again?
No, I think I went to the bathroom and got ready to go.
And after using the bathroom, where did you go?
To Alex's.
Same route as before? Do you know the route you took?
I take a couple routes to get to Alex's. It was probably the one I take usually, just right over.
Yeah, she took the shortcut down Trescott. Yeah, I took a route. It was blocked. I thought a tree had fallen down.
Okay. And when you got to Alex's house, what did you do?
When I got to Alex's house, I parked my car in the driveway, I left it running, and I grabbed his heating pad and such, and I went up to the door and I knocked on it.
All right, let me ask you about the heating pad. Why did you have a heating pad with you?
I had a heating pad because I had some really awful menstrual cramps, and I was like complaining about it one day, and he's like, "Oh, here's a heating pad I never use. Why don't you use it?"
But specifically, maybe my question wasn't clear. Why on that day did you have the heating pad in the car with you, and why did you take it out to Allison's house? That's what I'm
So when talking to an ex, it can always be awkward. It was my way of kind of having an icebreaker, a buffer to start a conversation.
Were you planning to do something with the heating pad?
Give it back to him, yes.
Were you also planning to retrieve anything from his house?
Yes, I was hoping that he still had a few clothing items, and possibly I left an antique cup there that I really liked.
I think last week it was mentioned that The Little Prince, had he ever given you a book, The Little Prince?
He had given me 2 Little Princes.
What was the difference between the two of them?
The difference between the 2 Little Princes is that one was a kind of, I call it a children's style book. So it was in English, and it was wide and large. And the other Little Prince he had given to me was a smaller version, and it was in French.
Had you brought one of those copies previously back to Racy's?
Yes, I had.
Do you remember which one it was?
It was the large child's version, as I would call it.
So you go to Alex's house, you ring the bell. Are you afraid of him?
No.
What happens after you ring the bell?
I knock on the door, and
Oh, you knocked on the door, not ring the bell?
yeah,
Okay,
no bell.
okay.
I knock on the door, and I hear some kind of shuffling around, and I noticed his roommate kind of comes down the stairs and pops his head in, and then he's gone.
When you say his roommate, was this anyone you had ever met before?
We hadn't met, but I had seen him plenty of times. It was Dave.
Had you ever really talked to him though?
No.
All right, so he popped his head, and then what did he do after popping his head? That
Kind
you
of,
could see?
well, I seen that he just kind of seemed like he went and got Alex, and then he just kind of scurried off somewhere.
Was Dave Stoiting dressed when he came to the door?
No.
Okay. You said you thought he got Alex. Why did you think that?
Because Alex came down shortly after.
And when Alex came down to the door, what happened?
Alex looked a little surprised to see me, and I said hi, and I was like, I have the heating pad and stuff for you. And he took it, and he was like, do you want to talk? And it was a quick exchange of words before we went upstairs.
When you were going to see Alex,
Yes.
what are the things that you wanted to do or accomplish in having a conversation with him?
What I wanted to accomplish in having a conversation with Alex is that I abruptly broke off our relationship, which I felt was unfair. I thought it was immature, the fact I did it over text, first off. I just wanted to make sure he was okay and how he felt, and I just felt that he had the right to express himself fully about how he felt our relationship was going, how things ended. Just wanted to check in with him.
Did you also want to talk to him at all about
But
John or anything like that?
Yes, I wanted to. I knew that because he was close friends with John that I wanted to ask him about. It was an apology, actually. I was like, I'm sorry if you have to talk to any investigators. I know this situation's uncomfortable. And I wanted to share to him about my counseling and writing I've been doing since it.
So with all of these purposes in mind, you go up,
Yes,
you go inside with Alex. Where do you and Alex go?
we go to our usual spot, which is his bedroom. And I sit on his bed, and he's kind of milling about his room. And then he sits next to me, and we start talking.
Are you afraid of him at this time?
No.
What were you and Alex talking about?
Well, first I said my apology about, I'm sorry that if you're uncomfortable because of you might have to talk to an investigator, there's things going on. I also mentioned I seen a photo with my name and not my name, but my number and some crude words. Do you have any ideas who might be doing this?
Are you referring to the Racy's bathroom?
Yes, I'm referring to the Racy's bathroom.
Okay, and so you tell him those things.
Yes.
And how does the conversation proceed from there?
The conversation proceeded from there. I was a bit tearful because I was expressing to him about how upset I was about what had happened and how I had been seeing some help about this and how I was expressing myself, kind of writing, and I was telling them roughly how I felt.
Had you brought a knife into the room?
No.
There was some testimony that I think Jason Mingle said he noticed a knife in the room when he got there. Was that something you had brought into the room?
Hold on.
I don't believe there was any such testimony, number one.
I don't recall any testimony. to that
Oh,
effect.
okay. Maybe that's a mistake. Did you bring a knife in the room with you at all?
No.
Okay, or why not?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You can answer.
Thanks. Why didn't you bring a knife up there with you?
Well, I didn't bring a knife up there because we were talking. We were spending time together. I don't see any reason for a knife at all.
All right. Did you, do you know how long this conversation was going on?
I never wear a watch. I'm bad at keeping track of time. So no, I don't.
At some point, as you're having this conversation, let me ask, what's the tone of the conversation between you and Alex as you're having this conversation in
The
his room?
tone of our conversation was somber, very solemn between us. We were both pretty quiet and soft spoken, and it was just a gentle conversation at that point.
And I think, did there's come a time where something interrupted that conversation?
Yes.
All right. Judge, do you want to take a lunch break now? or-
Well, I'm just kind of waiting to hear whether there's food. I'd like to go up until we're ready for the jury. We don't have any word yet, so as soon as we get word,
Okay,
we're going to break here real soon.
all right. All right. I asked you about an interruption and
Yes.
and you said there was an interruption. What,
Yes.
What did you hear that made you realize that somebody else was there?
What made me realize someone else was there is that I heard a ringtone very loudly, not far outside of the room we were in. I was like surprised by that, kind of taken back.
I think I forgot to ask you this. What had you done with your car when you had gotten over to Alex's house?
I left it running.
Why?
I often leave my car running because it's, I don't take care of my car like I should. And there's sometimes when if I don't leave it running for periods of time, it will just not start again. And I also didn't really think I was going to be there that long.
Were you afraid because your car's running, somebody might steal it?
No,
Okay.
it's an ugly car.
When you heard the ringtone, were you,
Yeah, it's an ugly car that was obviously a gift from your dad who's sitting right in court, you know, just wanted to get his daughter a car. You know, it's a 2006 Chevy Impala. I mean, it looks pretty modern to me. It looks pretty flash. It's only 10 or 11 years old. I mean, how ungrateful. But what do you expect from this girl?
saying anything to the Alex about having Jason help him?
No,
Were you saying let him help you at all?
no,
Was Jason invited to come into the house?
no. He just let himself in.
All right, so had you heard a knock at the door or the bell ring or anything like that?
No, I didn't even know the door had opened. He just kind of burst in.
Were you surprised, or let me rephrase that, what was your feeling or your emotion when you heard Jason's ringtone?
I was surprised and just kind of, it shocked me. I was like, why did he just let himself in? Like, what's going on?
And when Jason all of a sudden shows up on the scene,
Yes,
was there any change that you saw in Alex's demeanor?
yes.
Why don't you tell us what that was?
After Jason just let himself in into Alex's home, I could tell that Alex, he was no longer sitting next to me like he was. He stood up and he was very, I call it being bristled, but he seemed on edge.
What conversation took place with Jason, you, and Alex in the room?
Jason kind of burst into the room and he was just using his hands a lot and he was saying, "What's going on? Is everybody okay?"
Yeah, Neverly, the usual spot, you know, where all of the abuse happens, where he would hold me down and say, "Love and do what you will." Oh yeah, where he forced me to do it in the prone position and chokehold me and cut my clothes off my legs. I said, "Yeah, let's go and talk in the chamber of horror."
And he was talking, and I kind of stepped in and I said, everything's fine, we're just talking. And trying to calm him down, I said, we're fine, we can talk in a public place.
Who suggested public place?
Kind of all did. We came to this conclusion that we should go somewhere public.
Was there something to be afraid of that was going to happen in the bedroom?
No.
Were you concerned about what Jason might think that you?
Just think about what that means, you know. You should go and talk in a public place. What does that mean? That means one of you might be in danger, right? That's why that they should talk in a public place, so that if anything happens, someone could step in and help. But was there a sense of who was in danger? Jason said he saw fire in her eyes when she was at Racy's, and that's why he went to look for her at Alex's house. So his intuition, I don't know if we're allowed to use that word when describing Jason Mengel, but his intuition, his Mengelition, told him that something was up, and he was probably inches away from saving Alex's life. If he'd have said, no, something is wrong here, and you should not talk today, either of you. I'm not leaving. Something's going to happen, and I'm not leaving. I mean, there's no responsibility on him, of course, but it must feel pretty weird. Like he almost intervened to the point of preventing this tragedy from happening. But, you know, he probably also felt that he was being paranoid, and, you know, it's awkward, isn't it? How much is too much to step into a situation like that? It's a strange line. There is no line. It's a strange area. You can't say, I have a feeling you're going to kill him, you know. But it must feel pretty weird if he looks back.
You were in Alex's bedroom.
Yes.
And what was that about?
I knew that he'd probably jump to the conclusion, because that was our place where we talked, that he would assume that I had decided to sleep with him that day.
Had you decided to sleep with Alex on that day?
No.
So after this conversation with Jason, and again, is Alex showing any other reaction or any other part of that conversation?
He's, as I said, bristled. He's frustrated. He's a little, he started to get quiet, and I always see that as a sign that Alex isn't particularly very happy.
Who left the room first?
Jason.
Yeah, he got quiet, and that was a sure indicator that a threat was coming. He gets quiet, and then he says, love and do what you will. I think we need a t-shirt, guys. Love and do what you will.
After Jason left, what did you and Alex do?
I kind of looked at him and I said, well, I guess we both kind of were like, I guess we should go somewhere to talk.
All right. So did you and Alex leave the room?
Yes.
Where did you go?
We went downstairs and outside.
When you get downstairs and outside, what's going on?
I was so confused to see that there were police vehicles there. And Jason
Did you call the police?
No.
Yeah, I bet that was a bit of a stressor, wasn't it? When you've got your EMT knife stashed in your center console where your license is, and the cop says, you got any ID, ma'am? You got any ID? Can I see your ID? Where's your ID? Oh, let me try and find it for you, officer, but I can't go in there because I don't want the officer to see the knife. Yeah, yeah. On the day you're planning a murder, the cops show up. You know, I think most people would take that as a bad omen, you know. Today is not the day to do the killing.
At the time, did you know how the police happened to be there?
No, that's why it took me by surprise so much that all of a sudden there's these 2 police vehicles, there's police officers. I was just like, what's going on?
Did the police officers come and talk to you at all?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember anything about their conversation?
I do. Yes.
What do you recall?
I remember the usual police contact. They asked for my license and my name. They asked if everything was fine, and I said, yeah, we're going somewhere public to speak. Everything's fine. I had no concerns.
How long did you talk with the police for?
It wasn't very long, no.
And when you were talking with the police, was there anything worrisome to you?
No.
After the police left, were there any words exchanged between you and Jason or Jason and Alex at all?
Yes, I had said a few things to Jason. We talked before we got in the car and I talked to Jason before he rode off on his bike, and then I got back in the car and we left.
I'm going to ask you some questions about what you were wearing on that day.
All right.
How were you dressed that day?
That day I was more layered and casual. I wasn't planning on dressing up because I had errands to run.
Okay. Aside from
Yeah, I had all my errands to run. You know, I didn't want to get blood on any of my nice clothes, so I wore all my old stuff.
underwear, what was the first layer on top against your skin? What was your first layer next to
From
your
top
skin?
down. So my first on top. My first layer was a yellow tiger shirt I have.
Is that the t-shirt we saw on the screen before?
Yes.
And on top, what was the next layer that you had on?
Was my favorite button up, which seems to have, it looks like dots, but they're little plants. It's a blue button up.
I hate to ask you an embarrassing question, but were you wearing underwear under your clothes that day?
No.
Okay. So you had no underwear on, no. All right.
No.
And
No underwear on. Why? Yeah.
And after the blue button-up shirt, was that common for you to not wear underwear under your clothing?
Yes, I had tights on, so that kind of what I thought counted it as underwear.
And a bra, is it common for you to not wear a bra?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, let's go back. I want to go back to the top garment. So I think we've talked about the t-shirt, the button-up.
Yes.
After the button-up, what was the next thing you had on?
Yeah, Alex had already cut all my bras to ribbons. You know, he sliced off every pair of panties I ever had, so I just stopped wearing them. I just had to keep buying them, and it was getting expensive. He's a maniac. He's a rapist maniac.
Over that.
The next thing I had on over that was my gold sweater.
Okay. And is that the gold sweater we've seen the pictures of? Sometimes
Yes.
it looks gold, sometimes it looks brown.
Yes, it looks brown, but it's gold.
Okay. And after the gold sweater, what did you have on top of that?
I have this very large, it's a flannel. It's very large on me, so I kind of use it as a coat or an overcoat.
Okay. Anything else on your top half of your body?
Well, around my waist, I kind of had another sweater kind of tied loosely. It's like a long sweater.
Do you know what color that was?
It was kind of goldish.
Okay. All right, let's talk about the bottom half of your body. I
Yes.
think you mentioned tights.
Yes.
Were those the tights we've seen the pictures of?
Yes, my knit tights.
And on top of the tights, what did you have?
I had what's been called as mom jeans, but some light wash, high-waisted pants.
Okay.
Okay, is this a good spot?
Let me just
Right.
ask what you had on her feet, and then we could
Okay,
finish
get
this
through all the
close.
layers and we're good.
Yeah.
for
Okay.
lunch. Okay.
Were you wearing shoes on that day?
Yes, I had my work boots on.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for
At all to where he was going?
No, I was
A last section of direct examination, guys. Last section. But before we move on, let's just do one more plug. If anyone wants to support the channel, You can buy us a coffee on buymeacoffee.com. It is Coffee Fest, October Coffee Fest. Yeah, you just go to buymeacoffee.com and then you can buy us 1 or 3 or whatever, whatever. It doesn't matter the amount. The important thing is that you're here and we love you. And what else have we got? We've got our fantastic merch store with brand new merch. And we've got a great shirt coming out tomorrow, a Shadrick Noble's Believe It shirt. I don't know why we haven't thought of that before. That's got to be the best one yet. We want to see one on Shadrick. Shadrick needs to wear a True Crime Metrix Believe It t-shirt. But yeah, we've got our logos. We've got Judge Everett merch now. We've got, what else have we got? We've got fantastic, all sorts of that. You're either stupid or you're lying. You're either stupid or you're lying. A range of colors, sizes, different stuff, stickers, mugs. It's wonderful gear and really high quality. So I hear from the good folks at Teespring. What else have we got? What else have we got? We've got Patreon. Head over to Patreon to become a member, or on Buy Me a Coffee. Buy Me a Coffee now. You can become a fantastic member on Buy Me a Coffee by going to memberships. We've got Addicted, Obsessed, Possessed, each with a range of benefits. And we've also got, of course, our lifetime membership, Life Without Parole, lifetime access forever. We've got 2 members on lifetime already. And I think if we get 2 more before Christmas, we're going to be doing very well for the close of 2024. So who will that be? Will it be you? Will it be someone else? You could be member number 3 of Life Without Parole. Yeah, also on the YouTubes, we've got super chat, super like, super thanks, super sticker, super YouTube, super subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, share the merch, and Discord, social networks, links in the description, guys. Support links, merch links, social network links, and wonderful Discord. What is Discord? It's a fantastic chat room. It's just a true crime community, true crime Metrix community where we all hang out and dish. Plug over. Is that it? We're good to go? Good. Audio problem. Hang on. We're going to be closing up the Ezra McCandless direct testimony today, guys. I know it's been a long haul. Really, I should have edited the whole 3 hours down to 1 hour, I think. But the next one, cross-examination, is much better. It's good. It's good. We're going to be starting that first thing tomorrow. Well, first thing in the evening tomorrow. Yeah, Mr. Dufour comes at Ezra pretty hard. He's got a no-nonsense tone throughout. He's an older male talking to a young female, so it was kind of a risky move in some ways. She could have gained some sympathy for her side, but Mr. Dufour doesn't let that happen. And he doesn't give her an inch. She tries to answer questions in a kind of different way than the way that they were posed. He just repeats them with this hostile tone. It's really good.
Trying to focus. Yes. He started to drive. As a result of my anxiety, I asked him if it'd be all right if he could drive for a while.
How did he respond?
He said, yes, yeah, I can drive. It's fine.
So what happened after he told you he could drive?
After we briefly parked, we switched drivers and he started to drive me.
Do you know where you were at that particular point?
No.
When he was driving at that point, did the conversation continue?
Yes.
Were you paying attention at all to where he was going?
No, I was trying to focus on what he was saying.
Did you know where he was going or direct him to a certain direction at all?
No, we were just driving.
What was the conversation about then?
The conversation was more led by him at this point, and he was voicing his opinion about my continuation of the relationship with Jason.
And as that conversation continued, was there at some point that Alex stopped the car?
Yes,
Do you know where that was?
it was just some road. We just stopped.
When he stopped the car, what happened?
When we stopped the
This whole thing about Alex driving the car is bullshit. You know, we've heard multiple testimony from the bus driver. He saw a female driving the car, just stopped in the road, right? He had to take the bus around the car and made a special point of remembering the driver. And how did that bus driver get involved? Well, after they found the body, the cops were obviously doing a sweep of the road, see if they could find any weapon or her shoes or evidence, whatever it is. And the bus driver, because that's his route, he's there every day driving up and down his bus. He stopped and spoke to the cops and says, "Hey, I don't know what you guys are doing, but I saw this thing the other day and it was weird. So let me tell you about it." And now he's a witness in this murder trial. And he's the guy, he doesn't have any skin in the game. No dog in the fight, nothing. He doesn't care who wins or loses. He's not invested in this whatsoever. He comes in and tells us it was a female driving the car. And that was just before, you know, the muddy road. And of course, Ezra wants to say Alex was driving, so it doesn't look like she led him to this desolate, isolated, no one's going to hear you scream road. So it doesn't look like it was her plan to go there, right? But all the evidence tells us that this is bullshit. So we know that for a fact that this is a lie. So we can look at what she does with her eyes, with her head, with her voice, and notice all the lies that she tells in other places. But the real trick of the game with Ezra McCandless is trying to find one moment where she's even telling the truth for a second. There's hardly anything. Even the stuff that doesn't matter, she lies about. She's a horrible person.
the car. Well, when he stopped the car, he we sat there for a moment, and a car passed us. Not much happened other than he started to pull into what seemed like a driveway.
And was this, okay, just to clarify, where he initially pulled the car over, was it on the muddy road or was it on a paved road?
It was on a paved road, turning into the muddy road. It's the best way to describe it.
All right, but at that point, had he completely gone onto the muddy road yet?
No.
After he decided to start driving again,
Yes.
what did he do?
He started driving. He proceeded to drive up the muddy road, and that's when we started to get stuck.
First of all, you've seen the pictures with the gate at the muddy road. Was the gate
Yes.
open or closed?
It was open.
All right. So when you say he got stuck or started to get stuck, what do you mean?
As we started to drive up this muddy road, it's kind of at an incline. We got stuck in the mud the first time.
Was there a conversation about why he was driving up the muddy road?
No. Well, it was just kind of, this seems like a nice place to stop, I guess.
All right. Was there a plan to do something? Once
To get out, and we both love nature, so to get out, maybe look around a bit, explore, talk.
When he got the car stuck, what happened?
When he got the car stuck in the road, I said, I can take over. I think I can pull it out of the mud. So we then again switched drivers.
What happened when you decided you were going to try to, well, let me ask you first. Had you ever been to this place before?
No, I've never seen it before.
Did you know where you were?
No.
You get in the driver's seat. Were you able to move the car?
Yes.
Were you able to do that without the assistance of any objects?
Yes.
Okay. And once you were able to move the car, where was Alex sitting when you did that? Or where was Alex? I'm sorry. That's what I meant to ask.
Alex was in the passenger seat with me.
When you were able to move the car, what did you do?
I was able to move the car because I maneuvered it onto what seemed to be grass.
What did she say? She's totally slipped up there. What? A minute ago, he was supposed to be driving.
Once you were able to move the car, where was Alex sitting when you did that? Or where was Alex? I'm sorry. That's what I meant to ask.
Alex was
Oh, this is when she got stuck. When she says Alex got stuck and she tried to get the car out.
in the passenger seat with me.
When you were able to move the car, what did you do?
I was able to move the car because I maneuvered it onto what seemed to be grass, so it wasn't muddy. It seemed like the frost hadn't given out yet. So I proceeded to drive up this hill of sorts, and then I got stuck in the mud.
You've seen the pictures of your car stuck in the mud.
Yes.
Did your car ever move again while you were
No.
there? Let me ask you now, you're stuck in the mud.
Yes.
What efforts do you make to get unstuck?
Well, typical backing up a little bit, moving forward, maybe turning the wheel this way, turning the wheel that way a little bit. But
You mean you turn the wheel to right and to left?
yes,
Okay.
to see if anything would help get this out of the mud. But the tires at one point just started spinning. There was no use.
Did Alex get out and try to help push at all?
No.
And did you try to use any objects to get yourself?
Well, that's a shame, you know. That's usually what you do. You get out and push. It helps. It helps a lot.
Unstuck?
I looked for some in my car, yes, after we stopped.
Okay, first of all, did you look for things in the inside of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for in the inside of your car?
I was hoping there would be a brick in my car, board, anything I can use to wedge under maybe one of the tires to gain some traction.
Did you find anything you could do that with?
No.
Did you look in the trunk of your car?
Yes.
What did you look for in the trunk of your car?
I looked for the same thing, but there wasn't anything that I wanted to have to stick under my tire and see it break or get ruined.
Was there something specific in your trunk you didn't want to get ruined?
My tent.
And
Your tent. Okay, well, a tent is not going to get a car out of a mud, you know. you put a tent under the wheel, and all that's going to happen is that it's going to, the tent's going to wrap around the wheel. It has to be something solid, not a fucking tent.
did at some point you take a blanket out?
Yes, I took a blanket out when I was looking in the...
Yeah, there was something in the trunk that I didn't want to get ruined and put under the tires. There was a brick of cheese. It's too bad I didn't want to get that ruined, because that would have got us out for sure. Yeah, and then 24 eggs. I was going to put a brick of cheese under one wheel and 24 eggs under the other, and that would have surely got us out, but I needed those things.
back of my car, kind of in the back footwells in the seat area. I set it on the ground near the open door. I wasn't too concerned that it was on the ground.
Okay. When you say the open door, which door are you referring to?
The driver's side back seat door.
Why was
Udi in the house. How you doing? And hello, Amanda.
that door open?
The door was open so that I could look for anything.
And did you ever close that door?
No.
What about a pillow? Did you take a pillow out at all?
Yes, a pillow had come out when I took the blanket out.
So that just happened.
Yeah, I found a pillow under the brick of cheese and the 24 eggs, and I thought I'll put the pillow under the back wheel, the eggs under the front wheel, the brick of cheese under the passenger front wheel, and the tent under the other rear wheel. Amateur.
Yes, it just happened.
Okay. So you're in the mud. You're
Yes.
stuck.
Yes.
What is Alex doing to try to help you get unstuck?
At that point, he was very quiet. He wasn't doing really much. He kind of stepped back, and he seemed like he was just letting me look and try to figure this out.
The things that were in your trunk, I know there's been some pictures
Yeah, he was waiting for an opportunity to pull the knife and start cutting your jeans off you.
shown that there's a couple of knives back in the trunk.
Yes.
Were you aware those were in there?
Not consciously, no.
Do you know how they got in the back of your trunk?
There's always various knives from moving place to place between my mom's and my dad's, and there was a lot of things in my trunk from moving out of my apartment. So somewhere between moves.
Was one of those knives something Jason had given you?
Yes.
And what condition was it in?
It was, one of the clasps was broken.
We also saw a picture of what looked like a steak knife or a kitchen knife.
Yes.
Did you know that was in there?
I didn't know that was in there, no.
Did you take those knives out at any time?
No.
Did you go into your Senate council to try and get anything to move the car?
No, I didn't really look in there.
At some point, did Alex get out of the car too?
Yes.
And at some point, did you move other items from around in your car in the back seat? Just as well, what I want to ask you about is the paintings Max gave you. Do you know if you
Yes.
moved those at all?
I did move the paintings. One of the paintings was upright, so I moved it to the front seat. I didn't want it to get ruined and me rummaging around. And the other painting had slipped under the seat.
So when you moved that painting, the larger
Yes.
painting or maybe we could call the abstract painting.
Yes.
Where was Alex at that point?
The cosmic goat. Tell us about the cosmic goat. I think that will have some probative value in deciding whether you are guilty of murder. Or was it the cosmic goat? The cosmic goat killed Alex Woodworth.
Alex was outside of the car.
After not finding anything to move the car,
Yes.
what were you going to do next?
Breathe. I was like, oh, great. I don't know where I am. I have no idea. I'm stuck in the mud. I don't know what to do. Just
Leslie, I think we can even crank it up a bit more. I think we could go to 1.5 speed. Let's try it. See if it doesn't make us dizzy.
I need to breathe.
I'm just going to show you this diagram that has been used previously. It's exhibit number 285. Thank you. And just to orient you,
Yes,
do you understand what is being shown
I
here?
do.
Okay, so this diagram shows tire marks in two different places.
Yes.
All right, the diagram shows to a pillow. Is that the pillow I was asking you about?
Yes, it's my pillow.
Okay, and although it's marked on here, it's not. The diagram shows a blanket?
Yes.
All right, now this is your car. Did you notice something next to your car by where you were stuck?
Yes, I noticed a large, what seemed to be military trailer.
At some point, did you go over by that trailer?
Yes.
Why?
It was a bit tall for me to look inside, but I kind of peeked at it to see if there might have been something. I stopped focusing on it and I decided to go sit just kind of on the hitch of the trailer.
Okay, do you see this pointed object near where it says trailer?
Yes.
Is that a visual, though not accurate, representation of the hitch?
Yes.
When you went over to the hitch, what did you do?
I went over to the hitch of the trailer and I decided to sit on it. And I was just trying to breathe through the anxiety and the feelings of being stuck, not knowing where I am. And I was just kind of looking out into the woods, sitting on this hitch of sorts.
During the time that you're sitting and looking
I think it might be a bit fast. Let's try the 1.25 again.
out into the woods, was Alex talking with you at all?
He was behind me, but he was at my car at that point.
Was he in your line of vision, or how? Let me just ask this: how did you know he was at your car?
I could hear him open and close the door.
Was he talking to you at all?
No,
During this time, were you facing towards Alex or away from Alex?
I was facing away from Alex towards the woods.
Did there come a time where, as you were facing away from Alex towards the woods, that he approached you at all?
Yes, he had approached me from behind.
Well, since he's from behind, how do you know he's there?
Hey, thank you so much for the coffee, Amanda.
I could feel him. I could feel that he was there. I could hear him approach. I could feel just that somebody was behind me.
When he approached, what happened?
As I was sitting there, he approached me from behind and he wrapped his arms around me. It was kind of a hug. He held me there for a little while.
Did you say anything?
I kind of tensed. I didn't really reciprocate the hug. And it was kind of a silent moment between us, but I felt awkward and uneasy, and it wasn't a time for me to feel like I wanted a hug, I guess.
And let me ask you something else. Do you know whether or not Alex had a phone with him?
Yes.
Did you have a working phone with you?
No.
You had your iPod, I gather.
Yes.
And the phone without the minutes?
Yes.
All right. Did you ask Alex at any point to make a phone call on his phone to try and get
No.
a tow truck?
No.
Did
I did
he
not.
offer to make any calls or try to get a tow truck?
It was a very brief kind of quick conversation about, should we call somebody for this? And I was like, I can handle it, I think. So no, we did not make a phone call.
All right, you could handle it, but you hadn't been able to move the car. What are you thinking when you're saying I can handle this?
What I'm thinking is I don't want to get my car towed because of how expensive it is. I didn't want to have to pay.
Well, you wouldn't be paying for it. How are you going to pay for it? You'll get a boy to pay for it, or your dad. You know. Jason will probably come and dig it out himself with his EMT knife.
For that.
Okay. So let's go back to him coming over. He gives you a hug.
Yes.
What happens after he gives you the hug?
After he gives me the hug, and I tense. I think he felt that because he let go after he held me for a while. And I think he could see that I was breathing. I was trying to breathe through some anxiety, and he suggested that maybe I should go lay down or look around in the car again.
Okay, when you say you were breathing, can you describe what you mean to all of us?
What I mean is I'm sitting there and I'm just a lot is running through my mind, and I was breathing heavily. My anxiety was heightened at that time. I was trying to breathe through it. So I was trying to deeply breathe. It wasn't working too well.
Is deep breathing something you've used to try to control anxiety?
Yes.
Did Alex say anything else to you after he had eventually come over?
He suggested that I might want to lay down for a while and maybe just relax.
What did you think when Alex said that?
I just shrugged and was like, all right, maybe. And I decided to walk back towards the car.
When you walked back to the car, did you go in the car?
I went into the car, yes.
Where in the car did you return?
I returned to the car. I returned to the driver's side back door was open, and I approached into the car. I kind of looked around a little bit, moved some things a little more, and that's how I was getting into the car, was from the back.
Why were you going to the back seat and not the front seat?
I was thinking maybe he's right. I need to lay down for a little bit.
Did you lie down?
I did.
At some point after lying down, did Alex join you?
Yes, he did join me.
How were you laying down when he came over?
When he came over, when he first came over, I was still in a somewhat crouched position. So I felt him, I heard him approach, and I laid down. I got into the car further and I laid down on my back.
When you laid on the back, what happened with Alex?
When I laid down, Alex had started to come into the car with me and position himself above me. He's, you could say, straddled.
Was Alex speaking to you at that point?
Yes, he started to speak to me at this point, yes.
Can you tell us the words you heard Alex speak to you?
Love and do as you will.
What he said to me at this time was, he started to describe me, and not in a third person sense. And he also started to speak of how he deserves this.
Well,
How does he describe you in a third person sense? He's describing you. If he were describing himself, he could do it in a third person sense.
let's just stop because I don't know what you mean by he describes you in a third person sense. Can you tell us
Yeah, neither do I.
specifically what you remember him saying?
Specifically, what I remember him saying is, Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is my shine.
That's not a third person sense. If anything, he's saying it to himself. It's a one person sense.
Shining sun.
She's saying it's third person because he's not addressing her. Right? But it's third person. Like if I say to you, True Crime Metrix is the best YouTuber in Portugal. True Crime Metrix has a fantastic merch store. You know, it's the third person because I'm True Crime Metrix, but I'm acting like an entity outside myself. That's the third person, right? But if I'm just sitting here saying Ezra is, you know, that's not three people. That's two people or one.
Ezra, in the sense he kept saying my name and then something after
He
that.
started to read. He pulled out the huge book.
Ezra is so handsome.
All right, so Ezra is beautiful. Ezra is my shining sun. Ezra is Hansen. Had he ever talked to you that way before?
He hadn't talked to me. He said pet names before. He's sweet talked to me before, but this was different because it was disconnected. It was third person.
So in other words, are you like before he would say you are this, you are that?
He would say you're
It's not third person. Idiots.
beautiful, you're handsome, you're this, you're that. But at this point, at this time, he was saying Ezra is instead of.
I mean, I get why she's. I see where she's gone in her mind, but I don't think it's accurate.
It was more as if I was an object.
After he's saying Ezra is beautiful,
Objection
Ezra
to that last comment, it calls for speculation.
that's how she felt. I believe that's perfectly admissible.
Are you objecting to the previous question before
Yes,
the
Your
answer?
Honor. Previous answer before counsel started again.
I'm going to overrule it. Go ahead.
He's booking a hotel in Green Bay right now. He's thinking, yeah, I'm Next recess, I'm gonna make my move. I'm gonna tell her about the conference up in Green Bay. Yep. And the hotel's gonna be really busy, so we might have to share a room. I hope you're all right with that. Leave your wedding ring at home.
All right. So you're feeling that he's referring to you as an object. What else are you feeling at that point?
At that point, I'm not so sure how to really think about what was happening. I was a little confused because he hadn't come on to me earlier that day. I didn't think he was going to do this. I was starting to feel my anxiety come back full force.
Did he do anything with respect to your glasses?
Yes, he started to do things slowly and methodically. He first removed my glasses.
When your glasses are off, can you see?
No, not at all. Barely past a couple inches in front of my face.
So when he removed your glasses, what were you able to see?
I was able to see that he was in front of me. I can't see much.
I think you were saying that in addition to his referring to you in the third person, he was also saying something else. Can you tell me what else you heard?
That I was handsome and that he deserved this. I had betrayed him. I went back to Jason. He was upset about this and that he deserved me.
After Alex says he deserved you and takes off your glasses, what does he do?
He then takes my scarf and he places it over my eyes. And I felt his hand on my face and he asked me if I could see him. And I told him, no, I cannot.
So he puts this, you tell him you can't see him. What does he do next?
After he asks me a few times if I can see him, and I tell him, no, I can't see you, Alex. I can't see him, but I can feel him start to touch my clothes.
What's going through your head?
What's going through my head at this time is I don't know what I was assuming what I thought I knew what he wanted, and I wasn't sure, and I was anxious, and what was going on was going through my head.
Were you going to tell him to stop?
I hadn't really voiced much until after he had kissed me.
Then after kissing you, but about the other things he was doing, touching your clothes, caressing you, or whatever he did. I'm not sure what he did, but
The question was, were you going to tell him to stop? Were you going to tell him to stop, like in the future from that point? And she said, what did she say? I hadn't told him to stop.
were you going to tell him to? Were you going to tell him to stop?
That's like, were you going to tell him to stop at some point?
I hadn't really voiced much until after he had kissed me.
And she goes back to past tense.
Then after kissing you, but about the other things he was doing, touching your clothes, caressing you, or whatever he did. I'm not sure what he did, but.
No, I just was quiet and I was still.
Okay, I want to get back to his actions as you were quiet.
Yes.
What is he doing besides kissing you? What does he do?
After he kisses me and I pull my head back a bit, I felt he touched the hem of my sweater. I could feel a pull on it. And I wasn't sure at the time really what he was doing, but I could feel it start to give away. It felt looser and my sweater had been opened.
Did you know how he had opened your sweater?
After I felt my sweater start to give away, I took off the scarf and I could see that he was cutting my sweater.
All right. When he kissed you, did you tell him to stop?
Yes.
Why say stop about the kissing?
He didn't ask me if he could kiss me. I couldn't see he was going to do it. It was so sudden and it caught me off guard and it was strange.
It caught you off guard. You asked him to stop. Did he stop kissing you or continue?
He tried to kiss me again, but I tried to pull away with my limited room where I was.
So now he's cut your sweater open. Do you tell him stop then?
No, I froze.
What does he do after he cuts your sweater?
After he cuts through my sweater, he then starts to cut through my second shirt.
Do you move then?
No.
Why not?
I'm just trying to breathe. I'm frozen. I don't know what to do.
When you say frozen, what do you mean?
What I mean when I'm frozen is that I'm just...
Someone is on top of you in a car, straddling you. cutting off your jumper or sweater, and you're frozen and trying to breathe. Okay.
I'm still. I'm limp. I'm not moving or resisting or fighting. I'm there.
Why?
I didn't know what to do.
After he cuts through your shirt, what's the very next thing you feel?
This is really Amber Heard, isn't it? You know, he put me on the bar and he grabbed the bottle. He grabbed a giant magnum of champagne that he'd been drinking all morning and he put it inside me. Yeah, and then he smashed the phone on the wall, and he smashed the phone so hard that his hand exploded.
The next thing I feel is that my second shirt starts to get cut, and I can feel that he's cutting it, but I also feel a slight prick or something. And after that, he moves to my pants.
Were you able to see what he was cutting with?
Yes,
What was it?
it was a knife.
Now, about that knife, had you taken that knife out during the time that you were stuck?
No,
When you came back to the car before you got in the back seat, had you noticed that something was different?
I noticed something was different. I looked into the front of my car, and I noted how it was strange that my wallet was out of the console and that my middle console was open. I thought it was strange.
Let me take you back to the cutting. So
Yes.
he's cut through your sweater, he's cut through your shirt, he's cut a little bit into your t-shirt. You have felt something on your
Yes.
stomach, I believe. And after that, what does he do next?
After that,
Yeah, right, Leslie. A non-victim's idea of what a victim behaves like is always just so easy to spot, isn't it? Oh, I got a personal story about that, but I don't know if I should go into it. It's kind of a good question, though. I could actually use some advice on it. I've never known what to think about it. Should I go into that right now? Probably not.
he starts to cut through my pants. He's starting near the button. Well, below that, it's on the front of my pants or the inner thigh, you can say. I can feel that he's pulled on it to give room so that he can cut through.
Was there, besides your pants, was he cutting through anything else at this point?
At this point, he had cut through my tights as well.
Where on your pants and your tights has he cut through at this point?
At this point, he had cut through the inner thigh area of my pants and tights.
After he's cutting through your pants and your tights, what happens next? Do you feel anything different at some point?
What was different at this point is that I could feel the knife start to graze and cut into my skin.
Where in your skin do you feel it?
I feel it on my vagina. I feel it. It's inside the hip region. I could just feel a pinch, and I could feel that the knife had been meeting contact with
Are you moving?
At this point, I was still frozen.
After he feels you cut,
Yeah, so she put these cuts on her arms and legs and hands, right? But they're all like barely even scratches because she went to cut her skin and she went, ow, that hurts, you know? So they're all exactly the same depth, very shallow. It's ridiculous that she thought that would work. It's like even the attending paramedic, you know, and we're not even talking about serious medical tests. The attending paramedic was like, well, that's non-fatal. You know, that's rudimentary. That's nothing.
you feel him cut you in
Put a bit of Bactine on that. We don't even need to bandage it.
the vaginal area and in the inner thigh. What does he do next?
After I felt that, at this point, I had started to
Hello, Susan Phillips. I love the name.
shift, and I brought my leg up.
Okay, I'm going to do before you brought your leg up, though.
Yes.
All right. What I want to ask you,
It's not Florida. It's Wisconsin.
as you're there, as you're frozen, as you're thinking,
Yes.
what is going through your mind?
Before I even moved, what was going through my mind is he's going to do what he wants. He's going to take anything he wants. He's going to use me. I don't know what to do. I'm terrified. I couldn't move.
Had Alex ever cut you with a knife before?
No.
What is different about this as you're laying there and he's cutting you with this knife?
What's so different about this is that in the past, only clothes had been cut, but this is the first time he ever cut me with the knife.
What are you afraid of now?
I'm afraid he's going to kill me.
as you're afraid he's going to kill you, at some point, why are you afraid he's going to kill you?
Yeah. I dropped the camera in the bathroom, and Travis said, even a 5-year-old girl can take better naked pictures of me. And I said, prove it. And he said, I will. And I said, you better not. And then I shot him in the head. And then Travis body slammed me on the tile.
Let me just first ask that.
I'm afraid he's going to kill me because he has a knife. And I'm afraid that he's going to take whatever he wants and he's just going to finish this.
All of the things you've read about Alex, and I'm not going to go through his books and his philosophies again, were the things that he had talked about with you, the names he had called you, the discussions about sacrifice, consent. Did
Yes.
that, I mean, is your mind swirling, or what do you think?
My mind is running through his words that he deserves this. My mind is running through all of the possibilities of what he could want, of what he's going to take. I was wondering if he was going to kill me and then he was going to kill himself so that he didn't have to be alone.
All right, you're wondering this. At some point, do you manage to work yourself out of your frozen state?
Yes.
Tell us when that happens.
When this happens, I bring my leg up to position it more.
Yeah, right. They need Wisconsin people, get a hobby. You know, it's just snow, cheese, snow, cheese, cheese, snow, snow, cheese, cheese, snow. That's it, right?
More between Alex's legs.
When you say you bring your leg up, do you know which leg you're talking about?
Yes.
All right, and at this point, do you feel anything?
Yes. I feel him run the knife down a few times, the pants open, and then I feel that he punctures my leg.
At the point where he's running the knife and cutting
Yes.
you and punctures you, are you, besides the fact that you've brought your leg up, are you moving your leg at any point? Yeah.
Absolutely, Susan Phillips. This girl's got the vibe. This is the vibe. This is like the super vibe of exactly what she is, which is just a real scoundrel of a person. But the funny thing is, Susan Phillips, is that this scoundrel really thinks she's got skills. She thinks she's an effective liar. She thinks she's got this amazing talent. And, you know, she clearly has some natural artistic ability. We went through her work, and, you know, they're pretty pictures. Okay. Well, that's great. But you also need a job, you know, and working a weekend at Joanne Fabrics ain't gonna cut it, you know. You need, you know, find a way to get a good job, something that you can do, something that you like. You know, getting a job, you don't have to be a barista. Everyone in this town is a fucking barista. How many coffee shops do they have? There's Racy's, there's Skill Shot. I mean, those are the only two we know currently. But yeah, it's totally. But she could if she wasn't such an arrogant, naive shitbag, maybe she could have opened up and found some really good thing to do in her life that she liked and enjoyed, and had good people around her, and stopped being such a drama slut. Basically, it's just slut drama.
Yet?
No, I was just closing off the area of my vagina.
I know that we're talking about this slowly, but in terms of the time it's taking as he's doing this, what, fast, slow?
It was very slow at first. It was slow. It was very slow. And then as I brought my leg up is when it started to happen faster. Things were starting to happen now.
After you feel the puncture in your leg,
Yes.
and he's cut these, you know, into your leg,
Yes.
what do you do to try to move?
What I'm doing to try to move is I have my right hand gripping the side of the seat. I was just thinking maybe if I can pull.
Hey, Leslie, I kind of don't want to knee jerk it. I need to kind of think that through. You know, it's nothing earth shattering, but I don't want to just knee jerk it into the public domain. Maybe I'll bring it out tomorrow. Let me process. Okay.
pull myself away. Maybe if I can do something, I can get out. I can get away from this. I need to move. I need to start to move. I was screaming at myself internally, you need to move.
Are you saying anything?
No.
Did you try somehow to reach for anything with your other hand, your left hand?
Yes. When my leg was pulled up, my leg is pulled up and I'm closing off the area of my vagina. I take my hand, my free hand, my left hand, and I grab for and bat at the knife that is puncturing my leg.
What do you feel when that happens?
I feel like a pinch or a prick on my hand every time I go to block it.
So when you feel that cutting into your hand, what do you do with your hand?
I pull my hand away.
Do you do something else then to try to resist him?
Yes, my
What do you
hand,
Go
as
ahead, I was
my
just
leg
asking you.
is between his knees at that point, gripping the seat. I decided then
He's going to start fake hyperventilating in a minute.
to knee him in the groin.
Look at me, I'm recalling a traumatic time. Oh, heavy breathing. Yes, I feel a prick. I pull my hand away, and then there was another prick.
What happens when,
And then he said, he pulled his prick out, and he said, look at my prick. Okay.
well, you decided to knee him in the groin. Did you actually do it?
Yes.
What happens then?
He reacts and he drops the knife at that point.
When he drops the knife, what do you do?
Instantly, I grab the knife and I've used my arm to pull myself into the footwell. And that's when everything really starts to happen.
All right, I'm going to talk to you about everything starting to happen. You have the knife.
Yes.
What are you doing with the knife?
At this point, I have the knife. I'm trying to get out of the car. I need to get out. I need to get away is all I'm saying. And I can't get out of the car and he's still grabbing for me. And this is when I began to defend myself and stab Alex.
Now, you're saying you want to get out of the car. You're no longer lying down on the seat with your head by the passenger side door. Where in the car are you at this point as you're trying to get out and you're holding this knife?
At this point, when the knife
Good point. That's a definite hashtag, Udi. I need to update the Twitter posts with the hashtag slut drama.
is in my hand, I am trapped between the open door and the middle of the car, so where the console would be, or the seat.
You said you grabbed the knife and you start
Yes.
stabbing.
Yes.
Where's your back at that point, or which direction are you facing it?
I'm facing, what would be forward at this point is the rear of the car. I'm facing Alex, but my back is pressed against the driver.
Where is Alex?
Alex is in front of me. He's in between, he's not directly in front of me, but he's in between me and the door.
Are you trying to get out?
Yes.
You said you're unable to get out, so what do you start doing?
What I start doing is defending myself. As Alex is grabbing me, I started stabbing him anywhere and everywhere I could. I didn't know what was happening. I just needed to get away. I just needed to get out of the car.
Were you consciously aiming for any particular place when you were stabbing him?
No, it was happening fast and it was anywhere and everywhere.
Do you have any memory of the order in which you stabbed him at all?
No.
Do you have any memory in particular of him attacking you as you're stabbing?
Yes, as I'm trying to get out of this car, as I'm trying to make my way to the open door.
I've just put hashtag slut drama on the t-shirt list, guys. Coming out soon to a merch store near you.
Alex grabs me by the throat and I'm pressed, my body and my head is pressed against the driver's side back of the seat.
And is this happening before you stabbed him, as you're starting? Do you remember?
It's happening as I was stabbing him.
Okay. So he's grabbing you by the throat. You saw a red mark from these pictures on your throat?
Yes.
Is that where he was grabbing you?
Yes.
And besides grabbing you in the throat, what else is he doing to you? Do you know?
His hand slips from my throat and it moves to the back of my head where he grabs my hair.
What happens when he grabs your hair? Do you remember?
I remember as he grabbed my hair, he was holding it very tight and he was pulling my face towards him. And I remember that's when I had stabbed him inside the head.
Why did you do that?
It was a response to being pulled so close to his face.
Thanks so much for the coffee, Steve. Just seen that come in. Thank you very much, Steve.
When you did that and you're stabbing him and he's grabbing you by the throat, he's pulling your hair, as this is going on, at some point, does he let go?
Yes.
When he lets go, what does he do?
He didn't just let go. He had ripped my hair out from my head. And he then got out of the car.
When he gets out of the car, well, let me ask this, first of all, before he gets out of the car and you're doing the stabs, are you trying to kill him?
No,
What are you trying to do?
I just want to get away. I need to get out of the car. I need to get away as fast as I could.
I'm thinking something roughly like that riding shotgun. The faces of Jody, Ezra, Amber, Wendy. Who else? What about Shayna? What's her name? Shayna Hubers. She's funny. We should have a look at her sometime, man. Kentucky girl. She actually was quite pretty though, even for crazy eyes, you know. But man, I gave him his nose job. Yeah, I gave him his nose job. I shot his nose off. Gave him his nose job.
So why do you keep stabbing him while you're still in the car?
Because he wouldn't let go. He wouldn't let me out. I was terrified.
He wouldn't let go of you?
No,
Where?
my throat and my head.
When he lets go and he goes out of the car, do you run after him and keep stabbing him?
No, I was.
What do you do?
I was crumpled. I was inside the car still, and I was sitting inside the car on the driver's side seat.
At some point, do you get out of the car?
Yes.
And where is Alex at that point in time?
Alex is standing up near what was the green trailer.
Did Alex say something to you as he's standing up there?
Yes. I was confused. I didn't.
Well, I just want you to tell us
What he said
What
to
he
me,
said.
what I heard him say to me was that he needed help to go to the bathroom. He needed help doing this.
When he said to you he needs help going to the bathroom, what do you do?
I instantly just wanted to help him, so I got out of the car and I approached him.
When you
Yeah, I stabbed him a bunch of times, and then he was covered in blood and asked me to help him go for a piss. So I instantly wanted to help him and went to help him go and have a piss. What does that mean? Help him have a piss? What, she was holding his dick while he pissed against the green trailer? What does that even mean?
you approached him, how are you feeling when you approach him?
Disconnected and dizzy and full of, I couldn't breathe.
Well, if you're so afraid, why do you go by him?
I just wanted to help. That's my first response, is to help someone.
So you go by him, you're going to
Yes.
help him.
Yes.
And at this point, what does he do?
When I go to approach to help him, I come near him, and this is when he grabs me again, and he pulls me.
No, that's not it, Jesus lover. We'll, what can we say about the motive? Well, it's in some lights it's complicated, in other lights it's very straightforward. It was basically to get this guy out of the way. This guy was a barrier. He was a barrier to her relationship with Jason. But I suspect that there's something a little bit deeper there, subconscious level. Like perhaps that she actually did like Alex as a person and felt that they went well together, but he didn't have any money. Jason had a little bit of money. I mean, he, more than all these kids at races. He's about 15 years older. He's got a career, he's got a house sorted. I'm sure he's got maybe some savings. He seems pretty like not a guy that's skint all the time, So Ezra needs a meal ticket. She needs someone to pay the rent. She needs someone to buy the kind of cereal she likes. She needs someone to stock the fridges with those yogurts with the little fruit corner that she loves so much, right? How's she going to pay for that shit? She hasn't got a job and she's not going to get a fucking job. So she needs Jason. But if she has this kind of feeling for Alex that she can't allow because Alex doesn't have any money, so it's no good for her meal ticket, she has to go with Jason. So she's got to destroy the thing that she likes. You know how some people destroy the thing that they want? You ever seen that in people? There's something very sick about it. But I don't think it's about rejection. I don't think she was rejected by Alex, no.
Very close and tight to his body.
Where's the knife?
The knife is in my hand still.
When he pulls you close and tight to your body, what are you thinking?
He's going to kill me.
What do you do as you're thinking he's going to kill you?
I reached around and just quickly stabbed him in the side, hoping he would let go.
Why do you think he's going to kill you at this point as he's grabbing you close?
I thought he was going to pull me down to the ground and get the knife.
Why do you reach around and stab him? Why? I mean, are you not face to face or?
It's because I'm pulled tight to his body, and that was the only place my arm could go.
Did you stab him anymore after that?
No.
All right. After this last stab one, where do you go?
I retreated back into the car, and I sat there shivering.
When you're doing that, were you watching at all what Alex was doing?
Yes.
What did you see him do?
Alex took his coat off, and he laid it on the ground near the trailer, and then he proceeded to lay down on the coat.
You know, I think I had forgotten to ask you, but in this earlier struggle in the car, had your boots come off at all?
Yes, one of my boots had come off.
Do you know which one it was?
No.
And did you later take off another boot?
Yes.
Had you done?
No, she planned to kill him that morning. It wasn't a spur of the moment because Alex said something. She left and she knew she was going to kill him. She took the knife. She went out to that place. You know, she had fire in her eyes. It was all there. It wasn't like a rejection thing or Alex saying something. It was the events that led to Alex's death, the reasons for them had already happened. And Ezra went out on that mission.
Done that yet at this point?
No.
He's laying on his coat. Is he talking at all?
I could hear him speaking, yes.
Can you hear what he's saying?
I could hear him saying that he had been waiting for this for so long.
And her default position is playing the victim, you know. If Jason was done with her, which it sounds like he was very close to being, you know, he said when she got to races that day, he was outside on the benches smoking, and they did speak, but it wasn't like they're going to go and sit down with each other. But Jason has this thing. He can't help but be a hero. He's got hero complex, right? And Ezra loves to be a victim. So what better victim than a rape victim, right? That got cut up by a knife. So, but it wasn't just for that. That was an additional feature. But there was also rage against Alex, whether she thought he was the one that put her name on the number on the bathroom wall with "fuck me" written under it, you know, or if she actually did like him, but couldn't allow herself to like him because he's not going to be a meal ticket and she'd have to get a job if she were with him. You know, I think there's a few contributing factors. This is just my own interpretation. Of course, I could be completely wrong, but I think I'd be in the ballpark.
I heard him saying strange things about roommates, and he just kept saying he's been waiting for this for so long.
After you hear that, what do you do?
I was still in the car at that point, and I was breathing, and I kept saying out loud what's happening, what's going on, and this is when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get away.
All right, so you decide you need to go. Are you kind of like almost feeling like things are black at all, or are you conscious, or what's going on with you?
I'm feeling like it's things are, I feel dizzy and faint, like I can't catch my breath, that things are starting to go black at the sides. It felt like I was in a tunnel, like I could only see so much around me.
Does Alex keep talking, or eventually, or, you know, does he stop at some point?
He was not talking anymore at that point.
And when you're in the car, do you find your glasses?
Yes.
Was this the first time you found your glasses?
Yes.
Up until that point, you had problems with what you could see?
Yes. I couldn't see at all. I hadn't put my glasses on yet.
When you put your glasses on, what do you do next?
I put my glasses on and I could see everything. And I'm sorry. This is the point when I decided I needed to go. I needed to get out of there. I was panicking. I couldn't breathe.
Did you see a phone?
Yes.
Whose phone?
I seen Alex's phone.
Did you take it?
Yes.
Why?
In my head, I wanted to call the police. I wanted to get help. I wanted to do anything I could do.
All right. At that point, you're thinking that as you leave the car, do you still have the knife?
Yes.
What do you do with that knife?
What I did with that knife is I looked down and I opened my sleeve with the tip of it, and I hastily scratched the word boy into my arm.
Okay, everyone wants to know, why did you scratch boy into your arm?
I've thought about it.
Hastily is a huge red flag for a liar. Hastily. I hastily scratched the word boy into my arm. So false. You're not writing a fucking book. I hastily sat and then intermittently, these words are filler. They add nothing.
And when I think about this, I don't know. At that time, it's something that just happened. It was just a reaction. I don't know why I did this.
Had you ever cut yourself before?
Yes.
When had you cut yourself before?
In the past, when I had cut myself on my arm was at times when I felt like I couldn't breathe, when I felt numb, when I felt like I needed to act because I couldn't feel anything. It woke me up in a sense.
Did you feel that way at this time?
Yes.
Objection. Relevance. Final 402 or 404, I mean.
I think I'm asking about her feelings right afterwards. We're right in this incident. I'm asking her what she's feeling.
Well, overruled. Go ahead, continue.
All right, you've already said how you feel. After you cut boy in your arm, do you know where you were when you did that?
At that point is when I was staying away from Alex because of the fear. I was at the end of the car and I had my hand placed on the back of the car.
After you cut boy in your arm, what do you do? Well, first of all, is your second shoe on at this point?
No.
When you leave, where is Alex?
Alex is still laying on his coat.
Do you know, or had you noticed whether or not he had his shoes on at that point or not?
He still had his shoes on at that point.
And when you say he's laying on his coat, where is he laying on his coat?
He's laying on his coat near the green trailer.
You cut boy in your arm.
Yes.
You told Detective Prock that you wouldn't forget. You did to not forget. Today you're saying you're searching your mind and you just don't know.
There's so many things I could think that it could be, but I search my mind, and when I think about this, I really just don't know the answer.
Where do you go after you have cut boy in your arm?
After I cut boy in my arm, I started to make my way down that dirt driveway.
You told Detective Prock that you could not get this outside of your head. What did you mean by that?
I couldn't get the
Absolutely, Neverly. They are checking things off the list, and it's like you can see the list in your mind. You can say, the defense have gone, look, these are all the points we need to cover. We need to tell the story in a way that covers these points point by point. You have to say that there was no doubt in your mind that you were in danger of losing your life. Those people that sometimes they claim self-defense and then they're like, yeah, I thought he was going to kick the shit out of me. Well, that's not enough. If he's just going to kick the shit out of you, you're going to have to take that. That doesn't justify you blowing him away, blowing his head off, So they've got these points that they go down, and yeah, you can really see it. And Ezra's such an amateur. And it's so funny to me because she really, really does think she's something special. Yes, my dad has a tree cutting business that I helped name when I was about 5. Well, la-di-da. What did we call it? Leafy bushman. Bush leaf man. What was it? Oh, I was trying to find out what that business was called. Let me see if I can find it.
feeling outside of my head. I couldn't get the panic, the visual of the horror of seeing Alex and seeing the blood.
Some of the things that you've said in court, but what I meant to ask you before that was the way you've related this is a little bit different than some of what you related to Detective Prock when you told him what happened
Yes.
a couple of days later.
Yeah, it is a bit different, isn't it? It's almost like your story has evolved to match the evidence. Interesting.
And do you have an explanation or know why you remember this a little differently now?
I've had time to process it.
Okay, I've found the fucking tree cutting service name, guys. You want to know what it is? That Ezra helped name when she was 5? It's called Tree Busters Tree Service. I guess they bust trees as a service in Stanley, Wisconsin. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at their LinkedIn. Oh man, that really is him. Okay, so we've got where's the I am the owner operator of Tree Busters Tree Services LLC in Stanley, Wisconsin. My goal is to provide top quality tree service at an affordable price. Well, that's informative. It's his goal, which means he hasn't, achieved it yet. One day, I want to provide top quality tree service at an affordable price. Now we're not that great and kind of expensive. That's not how you write a blurb for a business, buddy. You say, we are providing the best tree service at the most affordable price. Unbeatable. Check out our testimonials from our customers, from our happy customers. He's got a picture of a tree there. That's good. Hmm. 20 years and 7 months. So Ezra was born in 97. So she was actually 6 when this business, I suppose that the name could have been coined a year before. And there he is with his new family. Why does his son look like a 62-year-old man? Doesn't he look old? He's got an old man face. Wonder if he still sends a Christmas card. I guess so.
And the moment speaking to Proc, it was fresh. All of the feelings, I was feeling the emotions and the sights, and now I've had a significant amount of time to process what has happened to me.
When you told him then that you couldn't get it out of your head, was it like replaying it in order? Was
No.
it fragments? Was it here and there? Was it,
It was fragments. It was even smells. It was just a mix of parts of what had happened.
Okay. I'm going to have to take you back now to going to the farmer's house.
Yes.
To Mr. Sipples, okay?
Yes.
What do you remember about going there?
I remember a farmer, he took me into his house, sat me down, and got me a blanket.
Before you got to his house, where were you going? I mean, do you remember how you got there at all?
I just remember stumbling down a road, falling on a paved road a few times, just feeling like I could barely get my feet to move. And I noticed some cars in a driveway, and I thought, someone's home. I have to see if someone's home.
Do you know at all when you fell, what happened to the, well, first of all, you were carrying the knife and the phone, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. When you fell, did something happen to those?
When I fell the first time, I had hit my hand very hard in the phone. I dropped the phone and I broke the phone.
And what about the knife?
The knife I just dropped.
Were you trying to hide them?
No.
I think you were talking about what Mr. Sipple did when you got there.
Yes.
When you got there, was there some point where somebody asked you your name?
Yes.
Do you remember at all what you said when you were there?
No.
Do you know whether
Hey, Bob 417.
Or when you were there, what your state of mind was?
I was just panicked.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about your name, Monica Carlin.
Yes.
You've heard the testimony that you gave your name as Monica Carlin.
Yes, I've heard that.
And I think as you're saying now, you don't remember doing that.
No.
Was there an earlier time in your life when you had a traumatic car accident?
Yes.
What happened then?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Are you ready for this car accident description, guys? This is heavy.
Yes.
I believe I was asking about a traumatic accident you once had with a horse.
Yes.
Can you just briefly tell me about that?
I had just gotten my license and I was returning some movies to town and I was driving my car and
First of all, how old were you? You said you just gotten your license.
16.
Okay.
I was driving and a horse and buggy bolted through a stop sign and went through my windshield.
After that happened and the horse went through your windshield, what happened to you?
I was taken to the hospital by ambulance.
A couple of years later, did you have another car accident?
Yes, I did.
When you had the second car accident, what did you do that time?
That time I had blacked out and opened my eyes and I was in the ditch on the side of the highway. I'd gone through a fence.
After you were on the ditch on the side of the highway, did you go to the hospital again?
Yes.
Who visited you there?
My mother and my boyfriend at the time, Jason.
And when you were in the hospital, what were you talking about at the hospital the second time?
The second time at the hospital, when I woke up, I was asking, where's the horse? Is the horse okay? Is everybody okay? I was.
Yeah, another act, right? And now she's this thing with the waking up in the hospital saying, "Where's the horse? Is the horse okay?" Because that was another crash from before, right? Now she had another crash while she was with Jason, and comes to and goes, "Where's the horse? Is the horse okay?" This is all an act to get Jason to go, "Oh my God, she needs me. She needs me. I can't leave. I won't leave. I won't abandon this little flower, this poor mental flower." And now she's referring back to it from this other lie to say, yes, when I had that traumatic experience, all my memory got jumbled and I referred back to the horse trauma. It's a lie on top of a lie on top of a lie.
Was there a horse in the second accident?
No, I was right back into the first accident I had had.
And what name did you give after that?
I gave my name Monica.
Do you know this because you remember it, or were the people who with you told you had done this?
The people that were with me had told me that this was happening.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I pretended not to remember and then they told me. But it was all orchestrated by my lies.
To this as being hearsay,
All right, sustain that hearsay.
and
No.
ask that
And that
that be
last
stricken.
answer would be stricken.
Okay, now after, I'm going to go back to this. So when you're at the farmer's house,
Yes.
are you aware of just happened to you? What had just happened to you at that point?
At that point, I wasn't aware of much other than being panicked and terrified and
I don't think it's been corroborated in the trial, Neverly. But I'm sure the prosecution would have had it verified, wouldn't they? I mean, I think that they would know that that was going to be contained in the defense. That's part of the discovery, isn't it? That's just my kind of loosely informed guess, really. But seems like a big lie to just completely make up. It must be based in some facts, I would think. I don't know.
hurt.
You said you were attacked by them. Is them a word you would use referring to a singular person?
Yes.
And why do you sometimes call a singular person them or they?
I've been known to do this many times. It's a pronoun that I've been used to using. It's neutral.
You said you were attacked, but without giving details when you were there. Why was that?
I said I was attacked because of the feeling of fear of having to get away from this individual, of feeling like someone was coming, or that I was hurt by someone and that something had happened. I looked down at my clothes and I could see they were open, and I was terrified.
The police came. Did you talk to the police?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of those conversations?
No.
Do you know how you got to the hospital?
By ambulance.
Do you have any memory of that ambulance ride?
No.
What about getting to the hospital? Do you remember what happened once you got to the hospital?
I remember bits and pieces of what had happened when I got to the hospital because they had started to take my clothes.
Do you remember doctors, nurses, anything else?
It's all, I barely remember faces. It's a blur of movement and people checking in and people being with me constantly and talking to me and asking me questions and prodding and poking at me.
Do you remember any of your statements to the police that day? That day, the first night at the hospital?
No.
Was there a point in the hospital where your memory began to return to you?
Yes.
When was that?
The point when things started to flood back to me was when I finally was able to take a shower that night. And I went to get some soap or shampoo from the wall. And when I pumped it onto my hand, I felt how much it stung. And I looked down and I could see my hand was cut. And I could feel everything start to come back.
Was that, all right, let's start there. The next day, Detective Prock came to see you.
Yes.
Do you remember talking to him?
I do remember speaking with him, yes.
Do you remember speaking with him twice, or is it a blur, or how do you recall that?
My talks with Prock, when I remember them, it feels like it's just one interview. It doesn't feel distinctly two different interviews for me.
All right. Whether you remember it as one or two, Detective Prock came to see you the next day, and he was asking.
There's a scene in the TV show Lost where a horse goes through the windshield because one of the people is driving and there's a horse. So I remember that being a really dramatic thing. Suddenly there's this huge fucking powerful animal basically in the car, in your face. I mean, I don't know. If it can go on the hood, it can go on the windshield. You know, things bounce around with cars. I don't know. But in the TV show, it was I think it was the feet of the horse that came through the window. So they kicked one of the passenger in the head, knocking him out instantly.
You where Alex was.
Yes.
And the next day, when he's asking you where Alex was, did you tell him about
No.
what had happened?
I did not tell him, no.
Why not?
I was overwhelmed and I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
When you don't tell him, was there any thought in your head that had you told him some help could be gotten for Alex, or what did you think had happened to Alex at that point?
At that point, I thought Alex was dead.
Was that also something you thought as you cut Boy into your arm and ran away from the car?
Yes.
Why did you tell Detective Prock that Alex put Boy in your arm?
Why I told him this was that I was afraid that because I did this to wake myself up, that he wouldn't believe that anything else that had happened to me was true.
Hoof. Yes. Hoof.
But at this point, you're not telling him the other things that have happened to you.
No.
And you're making a decision not to.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because of how terrified I am of what had happened.
The next day, and again, I realize these seem like one incident to you, but Detective Prock comes back with another investigator,
Yes.
Mr. Conkey, and he's asking you questions, and you don't tell him then right away either.
No.
Do you know why?
Because of how terrified I was. I wasn't ready to tell anybody. I didn't know how to process this. I didn't know how to handle this.
At some point in that conversation, he told you that they had found your car. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
When he told you that, did you start talking about what happened?
Yes, it started to come out then.
And
Yeah, that's the best scene in the film, I think. Well, after the scene in the bar where Pesci mashes up, go get your fucking shine box. They used to call him Spit Shine Tommy. This kid was great. He was terrific. Honest to God, he'd make your shoes look like fucking mirrors. He was terrific. He was the best. And he made a lot of money too.
Eventually, in that conversation, not right away, did you tell him that you had put the word boy in your arm?
Yes.
And again, were you hesitant to tell him that?
Yes.
I mean, even after you told him all of these things and what happened, were you
Yes,
hesitant?
I was.
And why was that?
Because after I told him, I still had that thought in my mind that he would assume that because I had done this, anything else that happened to me was my fault.
Ezra, the night before this happened, did you have a talk with your father?
Yes.
What was that talk?
I'm sorry. That talk with my father was about life starts now.
And when you had that talk, did you plan to start life by killing Alex?
No.
Did you come to Eau Claire to kill him?
No.
KLK, welcome back.
What were you hoping to do when you saw Alex?
I was hoping we could be friends still, even after everything that happened between us.
I have no further questions at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess.
For saying if I had been living there.
Finally, the end of direct examination. That's been 3 episodes, guys. No, 2 episodes, but 2 long episodes. Thanks for sticking with us, guys. Okay, I think we're going to cut it off for the evening or the night. It's 4:30, which, believe it or not, is like an early night for me. The sun is still not up. Hey, just before we go, where's that thing? Okay, what do you all think of this? So, for the last 3 nights, there's been this strange stuff going on around here where I live, right? I go in the supermarket every day about 7, 8 o'clock at night. And there's been these young people, lots of them, dressed in very showy clothes, kind of black tie. The boys are in waistcoats, black ties, white shirts, black shoes. The girls are in these heavy kind of overcoats, but all kind of the same length. It all looks pretty uniform, but it's not like a uniform. And so what is happening? Basically, they all gather over there about 200 yards away from here, and there's about 200 of them. And I hear all this strange chanting in the night, and some sort of almost sounds like a weird choir. And then sometimes like primeval screaming, right? Like a Viking battle or something. It's crazy. And then this morning, I looked out the window and I saw them. It was raining, and a bunch of them had this long tarpaulin, maybe 50 feet long tarpaulin, holding it up like a little roof. It was about the length of a bowling lane, right? And there were all these boxes on the floor, and I thought, what are they doing? And they're still in these fancy clothes. They've been out there all night. They're in these fancy clothes, and they had all these boxes on the floor. I thought they were setting up a market or something because they had this little tarpaulin for a roof. And then I drove past them, and I couldn't really see, but it looked like they had a load of fruit on the floor in this long line, like a bowling alley, like old fruit. Okay. And then I came back later, and they'd moved whatever all this stuff was to the side of the area. And I went and filmed it earlier, and this is it. Check it out. Is it playing? No. Come on. Okay, that is 2 pigs' heads in this fruit, okay? got melons, oranges, pineapples. There's chicken feet in there somewhere. More pig. Just bits of pig, heads, feet, legs. Chicken foot. So what is all that about? It's crazy. But my first thought when I saw them in the supermarket was like, they're dressed up like Hogwarts. It almost feels like they're dressed for Founders Day at a private school, but they're doing all this weird shit all night long. And they're like 16, 17, 18 years old, whole bunch of them. And they've got these pigs' heads and fruit. The fuck is that? It's like gypsy, there's a lot of gypsy shit in Portugal. My ex-girlfriend was a driving instructor at some point, and she pissed off a gypsy student. And the next day she went to the driving school office, and the gypsies had come in the night and put like 2 million frogs outside the driving school. Like, apparently frogs are a big bad luck omen for gypsies, right? So there's this weird shit like that happens in Portugal. But gypsies, you can tell what they look like. These didn't look like gypsies at all, but it does feel like some sort of occult spell that they've put, something that's really weird. And then there were all these like gallon water bottles full of water, but they were just left in a sort of pattern, and like they had Roman numerals written on them, on the caps, on the lids, and they were next to like a pile of egg boxes full of eggs, like 6 dozen eggs just left in this big open space. It was just so weird. Let's just have a quick look at the comments about that. Then we gotta go. Oh yeah, we gotta play the outro for sure. Yeah. Totally weird. Anyway, we'll say goodnight, folks. What's our outro today? Love and do what you will. Do as you will. Love and do as you will, everybody. In the nice way, not in the rapey way that Ezra wants us to make believe, in the original way. Okay, where's our fantastic outro? Thanks so much again, Derek. Okay, we ready? We're going to see you all tomorrow, folks. But for now, True Crime Metrix says good night.